Chapter 853. This chapter is to congratulate Boss Zhang. It's only one chapter for now, and will be followed up with 5 chapters. Thank you for your continued support. Big Brother. Achi seems to have captured some strange information. Achi's pupils were still whirlpools, which was the look of the super magic eyes. What strange information? List asked casually, still immersed in the shock and joy of opening a magic gate. It's a special magic composition. It's very strange, just like the space magic Achi has been studying. It's really similar. It's very similar to the magic information on Bard's body. Achi said and looked at Bard, who stuck his head out. Big Brother, can you ask Bard to condense space magic? Bard could already understand the human language, so Achi could directly command him. She believed that he would be willing to do as she said. However, Achi was a considerate little siren and respected List, the invisible dragon's knight. No problem. List immediately used the dragon heart code to communicate with Bard. Bard opened his mouth and spat out a dragon's breath. The strong space magic was like a cloud of white mist, constantly cutting the space. When the stones on the ground touched the white mist, they instantly shattered into powder silently. The dragon's breath was more powerful than the little fire dragon Leo's high-temperature dragon breath. After a moment, Achi nodded. Big Brother, it's done. How is it? List asked. It's confirmed that it's the nature of space magic. Big Brother, Achi has already mastered the special operation method of magic particles. It seems that she can already condense space magic. As she spoke, she raised her left hand and stretched out a slender, white finger. A white light bloomed on the fingertip. Then, she gently stretched out her finger and pointed at the void, and the finger slowly disappeared. However, after List cast magic eyes, he clearly saw her finger emitting white mana feedback. Her finger had reached into the material boundary and could hide like the invisible dragon. Seeing this, List suddenly realized that the so-called reward of the smoke mission, Achi's new elemental incarnation, was not the Earth elemental incarnation. It was the space elemental incarnation. Sure enough, when he summoned the smoke mission, he found that the magic gate experiment was completed, and the mission was also completed. Mission completed. Reward. Achi's space elemental incarnation. So powerful. Since ancient times, there has never been a high mage who could release space magic and obtain space elemental incarnation. That might not be the case. The Great Maelstrom Teleportation Array is a masterpiece of the ancient high mages. Maybe someone among them grasped space magic. In any case, Maya Chi is a peerless genius with frightening talent. He was extremely shocked. List did not show it. In front of Chi, he still had to maintain the good demeanor of a dragon knight, a scholar, a king, and a brother. He just smiled and clapped his hands. Incredible, Chi. You can actually control spatial magic. Given time, I'm afraid that you will be able to open a magic door all by yourself and travel through the entire world. Achi withdrew her finger. It was still very strenuous for her to maintain spatial elemental incarnation. Now that Achi has obtained spatial elemental incarnation and has a much deeper understanding of space, the magic gate will soon be truly realized. Big Brother has the invisible dragon bard, and Achi can also travel through space with Big Brother. List ruffled her hair. That's right. Bard also let out an excited cry from the side. Wuxia. This invisible dragon was quite proud of itself. It was because it saw Achi's terrifying talent that it condescended to let List start 2 spiritual battles and finally lower the standard to become a dragon knight. Its purpose was to stay by Achi's side and use her ability to guide the way. And the subsequent development was just as it had envisioned. It was no longer afraid of getting lost when traveling through space. Big Brother, Achi needs time to adapt and practice space elemental incarnation. But before that, there is still information about the magic gate that Big Brother needs to complete. Just say it. In the magic gate experiment, the biggest restraining condition is that the weave shrinks, which will compress the newly formed spatial channel, causing the node entrance to collapse. To resist the weave's compression, A lot of magic power must be consumed. This is not realistic. No magic array can compare to the weave in terms of magic power. Indeed. So, have you thought of any way? We can directly look for natural nodes. Achi nodded. Natural nodes? Yes, the entrance and exit of the Great Maelstrom Magic Teleportation Array are natural nodes. It should be that the ancient magic shooters found the natural nodes and connected the two nodes so that they could engrave the wormhole space eternally and resist the compression of the weave. Big brother, as long as you find more natural nodes, Achi can also set up an eternal magic gate. Understand. I will find more natural nodes with Bard. The first natural node that came to List's mind was the entrance to the ruins of the Moon People's sacred mountain. Although the Hourglass Valley was a bit dangerous, it should not be difficult to open an exit. Once the magic gate was opened, the vast area of the Flame Archipelago would be more closely connected. Achi continued, there is another problem with natural nodes that needs to be paid attention to. The process of connecting different nodes may not be smooth. The Great Maelstrom Magic Teleportation Array is an example. The repulsive force of the wormhole space is unidirectional, so it can only be used for one-way teleportation. To establish a two-way teleportation, two natural nodes with very high compatibility may be needed. I'll try to find more natural nodes, and then slowly choose the right natural node to build a magic gate. In fact, it doesn't matter if it's unidirectional. At worst, we could just go around and make other parallel reverse magic gates. List's idea was very simple. A unidirectional magic gate was about A can only go to B, and B can only go to C, but then find a magic gate that C can only go to A, so B can return to A through C. Achi also understood this. Yes, returning to Infernal City, List's excitement had not yet subsided. He was complacently thinking about how to find natural nodes and build a magic gate. At this time, the smoke in front of him slowly appeared and condensed into a paragraph of serpentines. It was the latest smoke mission. Mission: Leo has not returned to the Black Horse Island territory for a long time. Goldie, Little Red, and Little Purple are growing slowly, but they cannot dispel the loneliness in the heart of the Phoenix Parasol Tree Great Sprite Infant. As the master of the sprite, why not solve its troubles? Reward: a jade stone mine. Jade vein. Chapter 854. Because of the magic door experiment, the magic materials in Firewood Town were almost consumed, and a batch was urgently needed to be replenished from the fire territory. After List explained, he and Achi set off to return to Black Horse Island. Although Achi could switch part of the space elemental incarnation, it had not been officially developed, so the invisible dragon could not be wrapped in space magic and could not accompany List through the maelstrom. So the two still rode the dragon to the seaside, and then changed to Achi's shell. Of course, they first flew to the endless volcanoes on the invisible dragon and found Leo. Then they rode Leo to the sea. As a dragon knight, without a dragon, his combat effectiveness would be seriously reduced, and it would be troublesome in case of danger. Only when Leo was in the form of magic could he have enough confidence not to fear any ambush. In fact, after the war between the Iron and Steel Ridge Kingdom and the Blast Furnace Kingdom, he was guarding against one thing. The Eagle Kingdom might be accumulating strength to prepare for revenge. The royal family of the Eagle Kingdom would certainly be unwilling to let a newborn dragon knight ruin their decades of preparation for the battle of dragon slaying. Moreover, the light green gemstone dragon was missing in the sea, and List was quite suspicious. After List deliberately released the news of the light green gemstone dragon, it was no longer a suspicion, but a fact. Once the Eagle Kingdom is ready to retaliate, the scale of the battle of dragon slaying will definitely not be small. At present, the Eagle Kingdom has 8 dragons, 5 of which have Knight. The 5 vassal countries have 5 dragons, 2 of which have Dragon Knight. Although it is impossible to evacuate all the dragons from the border, if they're desperate, 4 or 5 Dragon Knight may be dispatched. After Sapphire Grand Duke declined this year's Development Order War, List had been thinking deeply about the possibility of the Eagle Kingdom's revenge. In any case, he had become a thorn in the side of the Eagle Kingdom. In the process of building the Fire Kingdom, sooner or later a battle of dragon slaying would break out to re-establish the Master of the Sea and a new order in this corner of the legendary continent. If I were the king of the Eagle Kingdom, I would definitely show weakness to the surrounding countries first, and then stabilize the internal forces. Then, I would choose a suitable time to gather all the Dragon Knight forces and launch a magnificent dragon-slaying battle to wash away my shame. Of course, the location of the Flame Archipelago was a mystery. Whether it was the Tulip family's fleet or the Pinecone family's fleet, the Flame Territory's navigator was in charge of leading the way. The others did not even know the location of the Flame Islands. If the Eagle Kingdom wanted to launch a dragon-slaying war, the best battlefield was still the Sapphire Islands and the Azure Sea. Therefore, when List returned to the Flame Territory, there was still a certain degree of danger. This was also the reason why he had to bring Leo along. It was not to deliberately show off that he had a dragon. Leo would provide temporary support, and Ichi would provide support from the sea. It was enough to ensure that he could escape any life-or-death situation. If the battle of dragon slaying could not kill him, the rest of the time would be his personal performance time. Unless the Eagle Kingdom wanted to perish together, they would absolutely be unable to face his retaliation. Anyway, the war of slaying the dragon might happen, or it might not. But no matter where he went, he had to have at least one dragon to accompany him. After tossing and turning, it was already December when he returned to Black Horse Island, and it would be New Year's Day in half a month. List did not know if he could spare time to spend this year's New Year's Day with the Tulip family. Both he and the Marquis of Oxdale were busy. He was developing the Flame Islands, and the Marquis of Oxdale was also busy developing the Tulip Island. The construction of the Oxdale territory had been idle. When the fire dragon descended from the sky with a wild dragon's might, the people of Black Horse Island already knew that their great Dragon Knight Lord had returned. Oh, when Butler Carter heard the roar of the fire dragon, he ignored the crystal tableware he was wiping in his hands and stood up excitedly. He shouted loudly, "Put down your work and tidy up your clothes. Servants and maids, quickly gather in the hall. Mrs. Morrison, check the list of maids. Tom, check the list of servants. Mr. Carter, is the Lord back?" Tom had been promoted to the head of the servants. The servant, who used to be responsible for carrying water, had skillfully taken on the job of assistant to Carter's butler. Of course, cheer up, Tom. The Lord doesn't like the listless appearance of the servants. Understood. In the corridor of the castle, Mrs. Morrison's voice gradually became louder. Well, girls, put down the linen in your hands, tidy up your clothes, and gather in the hall downstairs. Don't hesitate. Hurry up. You are the maids of Thorn Castle, the maids who serve the Dragon Knight Royal Highness. Coming, Mrs. Morrison. Are my clothes a little wrinkled? Is the Lord back? I have never seen the Lord before. I'm so nervous. Just as the old and new servants were busy gathering to welcome the arrival of the Lord of Thorn Castle, in the square outside the castle, List and Ichi jumped off the dragon's back together. Under the respectful salute of the knight, they walked towards the castle. Leo flew to the pile of rocks on the side of Thorn Castle. Originally, List promised to build a 100-meter high stone platform for him, but after thinking about it, he felt that it was unrealistic. The weight of the stone platform itself was difficult to pile up to a height of 100 meters, so the stones produced by the Blizzard Bee Squad were piled up casually and let Leo temporarily use it as a foothold. Clatter, clatter, clatter! The Phoenix parasol tree was next to the pile of rocks. The 3 fire dragon birds, Goldie, Little Red, and Little Purple, were sleeping in their nests in the tree. Suddenly, they woke up, let out a cheerful cry, flapped their wings, and flew towards Leo. Huh! The Phoenix parasol tree elf, Infant, who was in a daze on the Phoenix parasol tree, also saw the long-lost fire dragon descending from the sky and landing on the familiar pile of rocks. Screech! It flew up at once, but it was not arrogant enough to directly approach Leo, because it had already seen the 3 fire dragon birds, Goldie, Little Red, and Little Purple, being directly flashed away by Leo's wings. This fire dragon, which made it excited, had a wild and arrogant personality, and would not have any kind of affection just because they were familiar with each other. So Infant thought about it, turned around, and flew towards Thorn Castle. It was very clear that only one person could suppress Leo's evil thoughts, List. When Infant flew to the castle, the servants stood on both sides of the castle gate. Under the leadership of the two housekeepers, Mr. Carter and Mrs. Morrison, they bowed to welcome the return of their master. It was just that the original neat, welcoming atmosphere was disturbed by a few elves. The thorn elf, Ella, put her hands on her waist and landed on List's head. She pointed at the elves flying around her and said, "Be honest with me. Step back, wow. I'm talking to you, Goldthread elf. Step back, hurry up. You're really a fox pretending to be a tiger." Infant slowly flew towards List. He was not afraid of the grumpy elf fella. They were all great elves, and no one was much more powerful than the other. It was just that the elf, Ike, was addicted to rope and could not extricate herself. The giant algae elf was free and unfettered on the bottom of the sea and never participated in the disputes on the ground. The mangrove elf, Nami, rarely lived in the castle, and Infant himself was with the fire dragon bird all day long. This allowed Ella to dominate Thorn Castle and become a tyrant feared by countless elves. Chapter 855. I'm back, Annie. List greeted Annie, the Phoenix Parasol Tree Great Elf. From the many messy elves' emotions, List could feel Annie's desire to be close to Leo. This was originally something that List wanted to solve, so he responded with a reassuring mood and waved his hand. All the sprites immediately followed behind him, chirping as they returned to Thorn Castle. "Ella, take them back to the worm room. I'll visit you later." "Whoa, Ella will beat up anyone who doesn't listen." Ella got List's order and immediately swaggered around. It turned out that Ella had become List's trusted subordinate. Otherwise, why would List choose it instead of the other great elves? Although List's original intention was that Ella was more irascible, the deterrence of a bully was always stronger. Under Ella's banishment, all the little elves had to fly along the corridor back to the worm room. Only Annie remained unmoved and still followed List. Annie could not wait to get close to Leo and sniff the sulfurous smell of fire. "Master, are you going to rest for a few days before leaving, or are you going to wait until after the New Year's Day?" Butler Carter waited for List to comfort the elves before asking. "I'll leave after a few days. It depends on the situation during the new year. I may not be able to return to Thorn Castle for the new year. If Master doesn't celebrate the new year at Thorn Castle, this year's new year will not have much of an atmosphere. The atmosphere of the first New Year's of Thorn Castle last year is nostalgic." Carter said regretfully. Last year, the Taro family and the Tulip family celebrated the New Year's in Thorn Castle. List smiled. "Even if I don't come back in time, Thorn Castle will celebrate the new year as usual. Carter, you'll be responsible for letting the servants celebrate the new year together. Master has always been so kind." Mrs. Mawson came over with a cup of steaming hot milk tea. This is freshly brewed Bampo milk. The steward of the cattle farm has just delivered a batch of fresh milk. This is the fresh milk from the cows, specially marked by the master. Bampo cattle were divided into different grades. The few cows that were directly infected from the embryonic stage belonged to the purebred dragon breed and had not yet reached the age of milk production. Although the adult cows that were directly infected were not pure enough, the quality of their milk was still very high, and it had always been List's exclusive milk. List took the cup and took a sip. Suddenly, the aroma of milk filled his mouth. "Well, I haven't had fresh Bampo milk for a long time. It makes me feel like I've returned to the leisure time of the past. Master, you've really been too busy this year." Gulp, gulp, gulp. List drank up a glass and a half of milk, then said with some emotion, "Yeah, it's been too busy this year. The 3 dragons had to be raised, and the Flame Island had to be developed. Thousands of things could not be separated from his maintenance. It seemed that from the moment he rode the fire dragon Leo, life was like a horse driven by a whip, galloping nonstop. He never stopped to enjoy a few days of undisturbed life without any trifles. After thinking about it, The poor days in Flower Town were the most pleasant. He dreamed of riding a dragon and patrolled the crops of the territory every day. Life was simple, and he didn't have to think too much. Those days could no longer be returned. As a dragon knight, he carried the ambition of building a country. Since he had chosen this more difficult path, he must go on unswervingly. Mrs. Morrison asked the maid to prepare hot water. "I'm going to take a bath later." "Yes, master." "Mr. Carter, get ready. There will be a banquet at Thorn Castle tonight. All officials on Black Horse Island are invited to attend." "As you wish, master." After giving the order, Liz took Ainfint out of the castle and walked to Leo's resting place. The 3 fire dragon chicks were still circling around Leo, but they did not dare to call out anymore. Leo would not be polite to them just because they were List's pets. If it weren't for List, well, that often killed the evil thoughts of the fire dragon. I'm afraid the 3 birds would have been stuffed in between Leo's teeth. "Ainfint, go. I'll have a good chat with Leo. You can touch them if you want." List smiled and patted Ainfint's head. "Hey, thank you, List." Ainfint flapped his transparent wings and couldn't wait to fly to Leo's side. He reached out and touched a scale, then took his hand back and smelled the sulfur smell on his hand. His expression suddenly became intoxicated. Oh, Leo was very upset. Although Ainfint was the size of flea in his eyes, he still didn't like being approached by little things. List used the Dragon Heart Code to negotiate with him. "Leo, I plan to move Ainfint to a place near the volcano where you train. In the future, when you come out to bask in the sun, let him touch you. Why would I allow a flea to touch my body? He's evolving into a dragon elf, which will be of great help to me. Isn't helping me the same as helping you? Think about it carefully. I need magic potions. Touch 10 potions at a time." "You're robbing me." List stared at him. 1 potion at a time, no bargaining allowed. In the end, after Leo asked for a sky-high price and List sat on the ground and argued fiercely, 1 human and 1 dragon reached an agreement to touch 2 potions at a time. The once here meant a complete enjoyment, not just touching a scale once. Otherwise, with Ainfint's method of touching scales more than 10 times in a short period of time, List would be completely defeated in 2 days. After setting the price, Leo laid down on the pile of rocks and fell asleep, leaving Ainfint to continue touching and indulging in the process. Mission completed. Reward: a jade mine. Being intoxicated by the smell of the fire dragon, Ainfint's worries were all swept away. List's smoke mission was also completed, and he got a jade mine. However, he didn't know where the jade mine was for the time being. It was probably somewhere on Flame Island. Only Ainfint continued to be intoxicated by Leo's smell. List walked back while paying attention to the new smoke mission. After a long period of exploration, the masters of the Fire Dragon Brick Factory didn't figure out how to make porcelain. However, they found that limestone can be made into lime, but this lime doesn't have good adhesion and seems to lack a necessary ingredient. Why not help them solve this problem? Reward: the long-awaited cement. Cement had always been a product that List had been looking forward to. Although the territory had rubber that was 10 times stronger than cement, using rubber to build roads and houses was really overkill. Now that rubber was widely used in shipbuilding, equipment, containers, and other industries, it could be said to be a strategic material. He really couldn't bear to use rubber in construction. Therefore, cement was the best substitute, allowing rubber to be used in more valuable places. Finally going to develop cement. It's been a few years since the Fire Dragon Brick Factory was built, and it finally paid off. The Fire Dragon Brick Factory was a large workshop with a brick workshop, pottery workshop, charcoal workshop, and so on. It had been firing cement and porcelain according to List's requirements. However, porcelain couldn't be fired well, and cement couldn't be made. Chapter 856. List honestly didn't know much about lime and cement. He only knew that these things were calcined and were very common. But what was the connection between the two, or what was the composition, was not clear. But if I remember correctly, I once watched a documentary about China's contract to build the Mongolian Nei Railway in Africa. It mentioned the problem of cement production. Because of the lack of raw materials, Chinese experts eventually chose local volcanic ash as one of the raw materials for cement. When watching this documentary, Liszt was very proud. This was a great achievement of his motherland. What he remembered more was the production of cement. They could actually use volcanic ash to make cement. So, thinking of this, he immediately went to inspect the Fire Dragon brick factory and provided new ideas to the craftsmen in charge of developing cement. He asked them to mix lime and volcanic ash and try to see if they could develop cement. There's a lot of volcanic ash on Dodo Island, but the voyage of 800 kilometers was a bit far. Coral Island also had a weathered extinct volcano. Liszt had also looked for signs of magma, from which volcanic ash could be excavated. Liszt didn't need to worry about these mundane matters. He only needed to provide a general direction. In the following time, he teased the elves and patrolled the territory, while waiting for Qi to set up experiments and prepare magic materials for the mages of the Guild of Magic. The officials had prepared 10 large frame ships, filled with supplies and personnel, to be transported to Infernal City. December 10th, ready to set off. Whoa. The Thorn Sprite, Ella, was very reluctant to let Liszt leave. Stay safe in the castle. Don't bully the little elves at will. When I build a castle and plantation in my new home, I will move you there. Remember to come early. Okay. Whoa. Ella let go of his hand and watched Liszt leave. Among all the great and little elves, it was the most emotional one. It was not known if it was because Liszt's thinking was very different from the people of this world, or because Ella itself was different. In short, among Liszt's many strange elves, Ella was still the most special. 10 large frame ships set sail, including the frame ship that had been parked under the Thorn Castle. The cabin of this ship was sealed with the Emerald Dragon's hind legs. Now that the Infernal City was established on the Infernal Island, he decided to bring the Emerald Dragon's hind legs to the Infernal City and hide them in the cellar of the new castle that was about to be completed. Precious treasures related to the Mind Fruit tree and the mystifying dragon's Mind Fruit should be kept by his side. He returned to Fireforge City and found the formless dragon bard, who had already returned. Liszt didn't stop to rest. He rode on Bard and sent the little fire dragon Leo, the Phoenix Parasol Tree, Great Elf Infant, and the 3 fire dragon birds that followed him to the endless volcanoes. Leo quickly transformed from his magic form into a body of flesh and blood. Then, he plunged into the boiling magma of the volcano of Doomsday. Liszt brought Infant to look for a suitable place. Finally, they found a dormant volcano halfway up the mountain. Infant happily planted his worm stalk. The tall Phoenix Parasol tree uprooted from the ground and put a nest on it. Goldie, Lil Red, and Lil Purple immediately clucked around the Phoenix Parasol tree. Infant, I'll let Leo come here often to rest. You can touch it to your heart's content. Liszt, you're so nice. Infant was sincerely grateful to Liszt. If it weren't for Liszt's help, he wouldn't have been able to get close to his favorite dragon. Help me take care of these 3 birds. Don't worry, Liszt. Goldie, Lil Red, and Lil Purple listen to me, Infant said confidently. He wasn't bragging. As early as the 2 adult fire dragon birds, they built a nest on the Phoenix Parasol tree and didn't hurt Infant, which showed Infant's ability. The 3 birds were now very dependent on Infant. Apart from Leo, they were closest to Infant. Perhaps it was fate, or perhaps it was mutual attraction. Protect yourself. My forces haven't extended here yet. Although Leo's draconic aura covers the endless volcanoes, you still have to be careful. Goldie, Lil Red, and Lil Purple will help me fight. Although they were young birds, the 3 fire dragon birds had already learned the fire magic engraved in their bloodline, Flame Slash. With a flap of their wings, they instantly condensed flames into blades with shocking power. It was a piece of cake to deal with low-level World of Warcraft. Even if it was against mid-level World of Warcraft, it wouldn't be a problem. As for high-level World of Warcraft, within the range of Leo's draconic aura, no high-level World of Warcraft would casually invade. Therefore, Infant's safety was basically not a problem. Bard, let's go. Wuxia. The invisible dragon flapped its wings and quickly entered the material boundary. Then it forcefully tore the boundary open and stepped into the world outside of the material world. Crystal White Orbit activated and activated mana recovery positioning. While flying, it searched for possible natural nodes. At this moment, List suddenly had an idea. Can the effect of mana recovery positioning be strengthened? The effect of the Chi's secret technique Magic Eye, after fusing with the dragon, obtained the dragon's eye trajectory and the crystal white orbit with distinct levels. He just thought of a point. In addition to Magic Eye, he also had two Chi's secret techniques, Aura Decay and Spiral Rotation. Aura Decay didn't play much of a role in the Dragon Knight stage, so he had abandoned it. Spiral Rotation also didn't have a good effect on the Dragon Knight, so he hadn't practiced it for a long time. The Spiral Circulation is a kind of combat aura circulation technique. If I use it on Bard Spatial Magic and search through the spiral magic radiation, will I be able to pinpoint the feedback of the boundary of matter more precisely? Once he thought of it, he immediately practiced the spiral circulation with Bard. Anyway, it was just a try. He wouldn't lose anything if he failed, but if he succeeded, he would gain a lot. Soon, spiral rotation fused with mana recovery positioning. The radiation of spatial magic appeared in a spiral shape, but the effect didn't seem to be too obvious. In the world outside the material boundary, there was still no response from the surroundings. It was basically the same as the previous feedback from mana recovery positioning. Did I fail? Just as he was about to give up, suddenly, there was a trace of a special fluctuation in the distance. The man and the dragon were shocked at the same time. They had found a natural node. However, List didn't control Bard to approach. Instead, he signaled Bard to stop using spiral rotation and directly use ordinary mana recovery positioning to lock. In this way, he suddenly found that the special fluctuation that could be felt before could no longer be felt. Bard, try using spiral rotation again. Woo! Spiral rotation was used. Soon, the special fluctuation was once again detected by mana recovery positioning. Although the fluctuation was very weak, the location was very clear. Go! List was overjoyed. He was really a genius. He had developed another powerful skill. He directly called this upgraded version of mana recovery positioning skill spiral positioning. The birth of spiral positioning meant that the value of Chi's secret techniques had returned to his field of vision. Originally, when the Magic Eye fused with the dragon and exerted a strong effect, he had a huge desire for Chi's secret techniques. However, the weakening of the aura and the dispensable spiral rotation made him waver in his belief in Chi's secret techniques. Except for the special Magic Eye, other Chi's secret techniques seemed to be useless to the Dragon Knight. Therefore, his motivation to search for Chi's secret techniques gradually slackened. Now, spiral rotation made Chi's secret techniques of great value again. Chapter 857. The natural node was hidden quite deeply, but under the powerful searchability of the spiral positioning, it still had nowhere to hide. The invisible dragon quickly approached the natural node, and then began to rely on its talent to break the material boundary of the natural node, which was not thick in the first place. The moment the boundary was torn, List saw the scenery outside. It was a secluded environment with lush trees. When he and the invisible dragon completely flew out of the natural node, it suddenly became clear that this was the inside of the crater of an extinct volcano. After flying out of the volcano, the view was high, and not far to the left was the volcano where the Phoenix parasol tree was located. There were 9 active volcanoes and many extinct volcanoes, most of which had not been named. This extinct volcano also did not have a name. The natural node is inside the crater. In this case, transportation will be a bit inconvenient, unless the volcanic tunnel is opened. Well, if a Chi chooses this place as one of the magic gates, I'll organize a group of ancient mages to bombard it and try to open the volcanic tunnel as soon as possible. Thorny ironwood, rubber water, and the cement that was about to be developed, the ability to build tunnels was already available. Although there were no large shield tunneling machines in this world, there was magic. Mage's magic was not good in combat, but if it was converted to civilian use, the effect was obvious. Even if the ancient mages could not penetrate the rock layer inside the mountain, there was still a Qi, a magic shooter, whose super magic spiral ultra-high pressure water drill could even crush metal, let alone a mere mountain. So it was. After finding the first natural node, List's heart was on fire. Together with the invisible dragon bard, they continued to escape outside the material world to find new natural nodes. At this time, the powerful searchability of the spiral positioning was fully demonstrated. Soon, he found the second natural node. After opening the node, there was turbulent seawater outside, crashing violently on the material boundary, but unable to enter outside the material world. Unfortunately, the node is in the sea, and it seems to be in the deep sea. This node probably can't be developed. He did not even dare to go out. Bard could not swim. It would be a big joke if he drowned in the sea. So he left the natural node and continued to fly in the world outside the material world, searching for natural nodes. The material world was very big, but the world outside the material world did not have the concept of big, as if everything was squeezed together. To use a very vivid metaphor, the material world was a huge white paper. Each point on the white paper could only move on the white paper. The world outside of matter was the void outside the white paper. Under normal latitude, the distance between each point on the white paper would naturally be the shortest if one walked in a straight line on the white paper. However, the world beyond the material world was like crumpling a piece of white paper into a ball. If one continued to walk on the surface of the white paper, the distance would not change. However, if one walked on the outside of the white paper, it would be very easy to connect two originally unreachable points together. The natural node was to find such a point that could go outside the white paper. There were no boundaries, no distance, and even the concept of time was a blur. The world outside of the physical world was an inconceivable place for normal creatures. Only the invisible dragon could travel freely here. Another natural node found. Let's go. List urged, and one man and one dragon flew to the third natural node. A moment later, the natural node was opened. It was a forest outside. When List flew out of the natural node, he suddenly discovered an interesting problem. He had actually arrived near the Flaming Mountain, which was a branch of the Flaming Mountain range. The Emerald Dragon, Ethan, was placed in the mountain. As if sensing something, Ethan flapped his wide wings and flew over from the mountain valley. Roar! The dragon's roar greeted List. Ethan, the environment of the Flaming Mountain is not bad, right? List revealed himself and looked at the Emerald Dragon flying closer and closer. He used the Dragon Heart code to communicate. Roar! When Ethan flew halfway up the mountain, he did not go any closer. He did not like the invisible dragon, so he naturally stopped. However, the location of the mountain he chose was not good. The rocks on the hillside could not withstand his weight of over 100 tons, and it directly caused a landslide. Fortunately, Ethan's reaction was not slow, and he flew again. However, List noticed that the hillside that Ethan stepped on revealed a milky white mountain. At this time, he and Bard still had their crystal vision activated. In the crystal vision, the milky white mountain flickered with a faint chaotic light, which was the light of mana retroaction. With a thought, one man and one dragon flew over. List directly jumped down from the dragon's back and climbed to the location of the landslide. He looked with his eyes and immediately raised his eyebrows. Jade! He immediately understood that this should be the jade vein that was the reward of the smoke mission. He took out a bone hammer and smashed the rocks around the jade. After the rocks shattered, as expected, milky white jade veins were exposed. Bard was not interested in the jade veins, and he closed his eyes and dozed off. Ethan, however, rushed over excitedly. Roar! Seeing the traces of jade exposed in the mountain, the entire dragon immediately became excited. It was as if a chicken nest had become a phoenix's nest. It originally thought that it was randomly placed in the wilderness by List, but it did not expect to find a jade vein. Roar! It stretched out its forelimbs and gently slid its claws towards the jade vein next to List. Suddenly, a jade vein was broken by it. The raw stones, which were half rock and half jade, rolled around, revealing the even denser jade vein in the depths of the mountain. That was just the outer layer of the vein. All right, Ethan, don't waste it. I will send people over to mine the jade vein. When that time comes, you will have a share. Eat as much as you want. Roar. I'll give you a mission. Go to the other mountains and dig a few more times. See how big this jade vein is. With the jade as a driving force, Ethan was very easy to talk to and immediately flew up. He flew to the waist of the neighboring mountain and casually swiped with his claws, and a new milky white jade vein was dug out. He drew 10 mountains in a row, and all of them contained jade veins. An entire branch of the mountain range was buried with jade veins. Conservatively speaking, the reserves were more than 100,000 tons. Jade was bought and sold by the weight in the market. Suddenly obtaining a 100,000-ton jade vein undoubtedly made List feel like he had been hit by a huge gold ingot. If I excavate all of this jade vein, it will probably be enough for me to use for 100 years. Roar. Ethan roared to express his thoughts. He wanted List to immediately help him build a dragon nest here, and from now on, he would settle down in this jade mountain. As an adult dragon, he was smart enough to express that as long as there was a sufficient supply of jade, producing light emeralds would not be a problem. All right, you can build your dragon nest here. I will send people over immediately, but it will have to wait until after the new year. The road between Mount Maelstrom and Flaming Mountain is not open yet. Ethan nodded to show that he understood. Chapter 858. The Volcanic Crater Natural Node, the Sea Natural Node, and the Jade Mountain Natural Node. On the way back, List found 3 natural nodes. Among them, the Volcanic Crater and the Jade Mountain Natural Nodes were natural nodes that could be developed. When the Invisible Dragon saw the Maelstrom Magic Array, it directly opened a passage to return to the entrance of the Maelstrom Cave and then return to Fire City. He told Achi about the discovery of the 3 natural nodes. However, Achi was still summarizing the information of the Magic Gate for the time being and had not yet formulated a plan to develop the Magic Gate. She also needed time to practice Space Elemental Embodiment. Once she mastered the Space Elemental Embodiment perfectly, it would be of great benefit to the development of the Magic Gate, because she could travel through space with List and the Invisible Dragon. At that time, it would be much easier for Achi to arrange the Magic Gate herself. Brother, the more natural nodes you master, the better. Only in this way can you choose the most suitable natural node to open the Magic Gate and complete the Magic Transmission Array. Understood. Leave this matter to me. Just as List was gearing up to explore the world beyond the material world, the smoke mission brought good news. Mission completed. Reward. Submit. Obviously, the volcanic ash idea provided by List helped the craftsmen of the Fire Dragon Brick Factory to successfully develop cement. With the success of cement development, the booming development of the construction industry was just around the corner. Most importantly, Flame Island had endless volcanoes, where volcanic ash could be said to be inexhaustible. There is almost no shortage of cement for the construction of the future island. Congratulations, but cement should not be needed on Black Horse Island. I no longer intend to continue to develop in the Flame territory. I will maintain the current industrial pattern and fully focus on the development of Flame Island. List's thinking was very clear, and he planned to use the magic platform to give instructions. He told the Fire Dragon Brick Factory to prepare for relocation. When he returned to Black Horse Island next time, he would move all the craftsmen of the Fire Dragon Brick Factory to Flame Island. At the same time, he also planned to move the Guild of Magic as a whole, and then let the mages settle in the Fire Dragon Brick Factory and continue to develop new types of cement with the craftsmen. Volcanic ash could be used as a cement material, and other ash may not necessarily not be used as a cement material. However, when he saw the new smoke mission, he suddenly felt that his idea was a bit superfluous. Mission: the traffic between Black Horse Island and Flame Island is the biggest obstacle to the development of the Flame Islands. However, the preparation of the Magic Gate gives you another option outside of the Great Voyage. Why not find the natural nodes around Black Horse Island and wait for the Magic Gate to be established? Reward: Middle-level Dragon Beast Herd. This was the rhythm of building a Magic Gate between Black Horse Island and Flame Island. Once the Magic Gate was established, Flame Island and Black Horse Island would be connected. If I really build a Magic Gate with Black Horse Island as a foothold, I can absorb the Sapphire family as my followers and make the Grand Duchy of Sapphire a vassal of the Fire Kingdom. He rubbed his chin. He suppressed this thought for the time being and looked at the reward. I can't believe the reward is a group of middle-level dragons. Not just one, but a group. I'm going to be rich. So far, he had encountered quite a few dragon-type creatures. Dragon-type wild beasts included the blue blood horse, the black blood horse, the Bampo cow, and the estuary pig. Among the low-level dragons, there were Lolth the rainbow whale and Loki the chocobo. Loki had evolved into a middle-level dragon thanks to the bloodline fruit. Of course, he had never seen a middle-level dragon. He had never seen a high-level dragon, but he heard that the Pegasus in the Pegasus Forest of the Steel and Iron Ridge Kingdom were high-level dragons, and there was even a super dragon, a unicorn. List had always wanted to find a unicorn and see this legendary magical creature that only pure virgins could see. Among the super dragons, there were the flame dragon bird and the thunder dragon turtle. I don't know what kind of dragon this time will be. I hope it is a breed that can be ridden in combat. Let me take advantage of the opportunity to establish the Dragon Orders of Chivalry and contribute to the Burning Orders of Chivalry. Liz spent several days looking for new natural nodes, and the results were really remarkable. He found 3 new natural nodes. However, 2 of them were in the sea, and he did not dare to go out for fear of drowning. The other one was above the sea. He used the sextant to locate it and found that this node was actually between the Flame Islands and the Whirlpool Islands, surrounded by the vast sea, and the development value was very low. If a natural node was near the sea, with a Chi's powerful ability to control water, he might be able to build another big whirlpool. However, it was too dangerous in the vast sea. Time went by slowly. Liz did not find any new natural nodes, and the New Year's Day was approaching. After another day of fruitless search, he found the big whirlpool magic teleportation array. Riding the invisible dragon bard, he passed through the channel and returned to Fire City. Another piece of good news was received. A small team of knights found a broken statue of a moon killer man in a tribe of pioneers. Because this tribe had more than 30,000 people, the knight team chose to corrupt the ancient sorcerer to recruit the moon killer men to work in the forest. Not in a hurry, the statue was left in this big tribe named Dusk. Where's the Dusk tribe? List asked. Here. The captain of a night team pointed to a certain location on the map of Blazing Island. It was the basin of the Whirlpool River, but it was the basin of another tributary. The location on the map was very clear. This was the credit of Orders of Chivalry and the Sorcerer. Not only were they responsible for pioneering, but every time they reached a place, a sorcerer would follow them to measure the location and record the terrain. So far, on the new map of Blazing Island, the terrain of the Whirlpool River Basin had basically been explored. For the next step of pioneering, Orders of Chivalry was ready to advance to the Guangbao forest south of the Whirlpool Mountains. You lead the way, and choose a sorcerer who has learned moon language to follow me. Let's go to the Dust Tribe. List ordered straightforwardly. The news of the invisible dragon had basically been exposed, so when the knight and the sorcerer sat in the prepared wicker basket, List directly rode Bard, grabbed the basket, and flew to the Dusk Tribe. He and the invisible dragon were hidden in the material boundary, and only the wicker basket was exposed. It looked like the wicker basket was automatically flying in the air, and the scene was very strange. However, the Earth Knight Dennis and the Sorcerer Herald sitting in the wicker basket didn't have the slightest shame or indignation, only uncontrollable excitement. It's a dragon, an invisible dragon. Even His Highness can't see it. This is inconceivable. Dennis thought to himself, His Highness really has a second dragon. What kind of great dragon knight am I following? When a country is established, I will definitely become a noble aristocrat. Harold looked forward to it. His Highness the formidable dragon knight, and His Excellency the great magic shooter. I wonder if I can become a member of the court's sorcerer in the future? Not all sorcerers were indifferent to fame and fortune, and their hearts were devoted to the truth. Most sorcerers were also keen on worldly power. Therefore, many sorcerers would become consecrated by great aristocrats, and even enter the palace to serve the aristocratic class. All of a sudden, Chapter 859. This chapter celebrates another guild master war song. Boom! The invisible dragons, firebirds spread out, and all the moon killers of the Cloud tribe trembled under the firebird. Dennis and Harold couldn't help but feel nervous. But soon the firebird disappeared, and the invisible dragon's transparent crystal-like figure appeared above the valley. The ancient sorcerers of the moon killers trembled and looked up at the invisible dragon flying above their heads. They didn't know what to do and couldn't even think of resisting. "Listener, come out and speak." Sorcerer Harold shouted in the language of the moon. "I'm the listener of the Cloud tribe. Who are you?" An ancient sorcerer in a black sackcloth cloak, holding a wooden staff decorated with a skull at the top, carefully walked forward. "Ta, don't you recognize me?" Dennis, who had been to the Cloud tribe before, lifted the mask on his helmet. The listener was called Tanasto, and the moon killers of the Cloud tribe called him Ta. Ta looked at Dennis with eyes that might have gone through puberty. His wrinkled face was expressionless. "It's you, Foreign Flame Man Knight, a knight of business." When the night team attacked the moon killers, they all claimed to be businessmen and knight of the Flame Kingdom. An ancient sorcerer walked to Ta and shouted, "Flame Man, why are you still here? We, the Cloud tribe, have refused. Without food, we won't send men and women to work for you. You can refuse me." Dennis raised his head and said in high spirits, "But you can't refuse my lord." He suddenly pointed to the sky and pointed to the invisible dragon hovering in the air. "Big-Lized." Then he pointed a list on the back of the invisible dragon and shouted, "Seiki." Big-Lized was a dragon, and Seiki was a saint. "Ah!" the ancient sorcerers suddenly exclaimed. They looked at the sky in fear and shouted, "Big-Lized. Seiki. That's Big-Lized and Seiki." The moon killers' ancient sorcerers had never seen a dragon, but they grew up listening to the legends of dragons. Same was what they called their ancestors. Seeing Dennis shouting, they were stunned. They seemed to be playing along with the show. List unleashed his dragon's might once again, blasting the ancient magicians to the ground. After a few rounds of torment, coupled with Dennis and Harold swindling, the ancient magicians of the Cloud tribe dizzily shouted that List was Seiki and that the invisible dragon was Big Lizard, and then chose to surrender. Acting as a guide, he led List and the others to the statue in the valley. The statue was placed in a cave. There was a platform in front of the cave. It was probably a place where people usually sang and danced before the bonfire. The listening pagoda pointed at the grotto and chattered. Harold translated for List. "He is saying that this is a statue of an ancestor, a saint like you, your highness. They are all descendants of the saint, and they worship the saint. Tell him to move." Harold immediately translated it into moon language. Tower and the ancient sorcerers did not dare to resist. They stood aside and watched as List walked into the cave step by step. There was a statue in the cave. It was badly damaged, and some parts were even supported by wood. It seemed to be stronger than the protection of the Holy Tribe and the Horn Tribe. Of course, the strength was limited. List really didn't know what was in the minds of these moon-killing people. It was clearly a relic of their ancestors, and they were so respectful, but they didn't take good care of it. Instead, they let these statues be exposed to the wind and sun until they almost turned into sand and stone. He didn't care whether the statue was broken or not. Seeing that the statue's hands were still there, and that it was holding a book, he was relieved. The moon-killing people had 6 statues on the Holy Mountain. He had already obtained the ancient artifact sealed in the hands of 2 statues, the Scepter of Time and the 8 Dragons' Sword. Now, he was about to get the third ancient artifact. It looks like a magic book. He didn't think much about it. He directly jumped to the statue's hand, took out a bone hammer, and began to slowly hit the stone magic book. This action immediately caused a commotion among the moon-killing people. The listening pagoda shouted, "That is a relic of our ancestors, stop!" Harold and Dennis glared and said, "Shut up, the great Seki wants to do something. You can only watch quietly." However, the two's act was not enough to scare off the moon-killing people. Under the lead of Ta, the ancient magicians shouted one after another, trying to stop List's action. However, List didn't stop at all. The invisible dragon directly activated Dragon's might and gave these ancient magicians a heavy blow for the third time. The ancient magicians of the Red Cloud tribe didn't have as much backbone as the ancient magicians of the Holy Tribe. Under the pressure of the invisible dragon's might, they unwillingly shut up. Bang! List quickly broke the stone magic book. Sure enough, there was also a sealed artifact inside. It was in the shape of an open magic book, but the strange thing was that it wasn't a real magic book. It was in the shape of a book carved from special wood. It remained open and couldn't be closed. There were no words on the open page, which looked very strange. He didn't look at it carefully and directly put it into the space ring. He found that it was easily stored. Probably not related to the Holy Dragon, this magic book seemed to be made of some kind of wood. It had neither the power of time nor the power of an elemental dragon. He jumped down from the statue. List let Dennis and Harold act as translators. He gave the Red Cloud tribe a good beating, forcing the Red Cloud tribe to open up native recruitment and allow orders of chivalry to enter and leave the Red Cloud tribe at will. However, he didn't take Dennis and Harold with him. Instead, he let them stay in the Red Cloud tribe. Anyway, they would be his serfs sooner or later, so the earlier he conquered them, the earlier he could contribute. On the way back, he took out the special magic book again and slowly fumbled with it. However, he didn't see any reaction from the magic book. I don't know what the Scepter of Time does, but I also don't know how to use this magic book. This was a bit embarrassing. Since conventional methods didn't work, he planned to try using unconventional methods. He let Bard land by a river and sprinkle some water on the book to see if there was any reaction. Naturally, there was no reaction. This wooden magic book did not have any words written on it, and it did not have words that would appear when touched by water. Then, is it because the paste is too thick? He thought of another strange idea, so he pulled out the Ice Soul Dragon's slaying sword. The 8 Dragon's divine sword was a support-type weapon, not suitable for carrying around and fighting at all times. He scratched the magic book with a blade. He wanted to test the hardness of the magic book. However, a strange scene happened. When the Ice Soul Dragon's slaying sword touched the magic book suddenly released a ray of light. Then, on the originally wordless page, glowing moon language words condensed one after another. He took the Ice Soul Dragon slaying sword away. The words were still there, but they were slowly dimming. He put the Ice Soul Dragon slaying sword back on the page, and the words lit up again. Amazing! He took out the moon language notebook and compared it with the words. He quickly found the general meaning of the moon language: elven blood, ice dragon bone, ice elemental transformation. This directly deciphered the attributes of the Ice Soul Dragon slaying sword. List expressed his shock. The material of the Ice Soul Dragon slaying sword was indeed the dragon bone of an ice dragon, and it had been soaked in the blood of a great elf. It could indeed transform any kind of chi into ice elemental chi. However, the magic book lacked one function. It could also seal chi domains in ice. Presumably, during the era of the Moon Empire, the knight probably hadn't developed chi domains yet. Chapter 860. To verify if the ancient book of knowledge was really so magical, List then tried to take out various artifacts and touch the magic book. The spatial ring touched it. Light flashed, and a simple moon language appeared. Invisible dragon gem, independent space. The 8 dragons' sword touched it. Light flashed, and a simple moon language appeared. Elemental dragon strength, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, light, ice, darkness, amplification. The mystical dragon soul fruit touched it. Light flashed, and a simple moon language appeared. Emerald fruit, emerald dragon strength, mystical dragon soul. List nodded slightly. So the mystical dragon soul fruit was called emerald fruit in the Moon Empire era. The dragon hind leg, I found, was indeed an emerald dragon's hind leg. The sapphire pendant touched it. Light flashed, and another simple moon language appeared. Sapphire, amplification. Then, he touched a golden pearl that had yet to be polished to it. Light flashed, and an even simpler moon language appeared. Water element material. It's just a water element material. There's no more introduction? List was a little dissatisfied with the identification of the golden pearl. He also knew that the golden pearl was a water element material. Any magician or knight could figure that out. The key was what the golden pearl was used for. Putting away the golden pearl, he took out a phoenix feather. Light flashed, and a simple moon language appeared. Phoenix feather, amplification of fire element. This introduction is clear, especially the moon language name Phoenix. It seems that in the Moon Empire era, the flame dragon bird was already called Phoenix. Perhaps the legend of the Phoenix was inherited from the Moon Empire. He then took out a bloodthirsty bat fawn. This was an artifact taken from a Black Knight family vampire. It was a powerful piece of equipment to help vampires train. He had originally planned to give it to Mary Dawn as a reward after she made a contribution. After touching the magic book, light flashed, and a new moon language appeared. Mutated blood element material. This introduction is a little interesting. Mutated blood element. It seems that the Moon Empire era had already studied blood magic, but there's no introduction to the bloodthirsty bat fawn. For the next part of the journey, List kept taking out all kinds of artifacts to test, including the telescope, the one-handed sword, and other items that did not have magic power. The ancient book of knowledge could not be identified, and there was no reaction. As for common magical equipment and magical materials, it only gave a simple introduction of XX attribute materials. However, when it came to the super dragon materials and the equipment made from dragon-type materials, it could clearly identify the raw materials and provide a brief introduction of the functions. How should I put it? List evaluated the ancient book of knowledge. In terms of identifying materials, it does have a very powerful function, and its value is immeasurable. However, it's only limited to high-end materials. There's not much meaning in identifying low-end materials. It's far from being an encyclopedia. Of course, one could not expect a special magic book to contain all the knowledge in the world. As long as a high-end material could be appraised, it was already extremely valuable. It was no less valuable than a divine weapon like the 8 Dragons Divine Sword. When I get back, I can take the Scepter of Time from a Chi and have it appraised. I wonder what kind of appraisal results the ancient book of knowledge will give. Not long after, they arrived at Fireforge City. He gestured to the invisible dragon bard to rest first, and went straight to the wizard tower to find a Chi, who was busy. A Chi, I found something good. What is it? Give me the Scepter of Time first. Taking the Scepter of Time from a Chi, List directly touched the Scepter of Time to the ancient book of knowledge. In the next moment, light bloomed. A paragraph of the language of the moon appeared. Twilight dragon gem, golden apple wood, reflecting time. A Chi was already familiar with the language of the moon and directly translated the meaning of the language of the moon. Brother, are these words an introduction to the Scepter of Time? The Diamond of Time is the gem of the Twilight Dragon, and the scepter itself is made from the wood of the golden apple tree. The golden apple is a legendary treasure. Does it really exist? Since the ancient book of knowledge clearly gave an appraisal result, it means that the golden apple really exists. List now basically adopted an attitude of belief towards the legends of this world. The difference was whether the legend was exaggerated or not, and not whether the legendary item existed. Ancient Book of Knowledge? It is this magic book. This is a divine weapon I found at the hand of the 3rd statue. It can appraise high-end dragon-type equipment materials and give a rough introduction. List pointed to the language of the moon on the book, The Scepter of Time is made from the Twilight Dragon Gem and the Golden Apple Wood, and its attribute is time reflection. What does time reflection mean, brother? I don't know. In fact, it seems impossible to activate it with magic power, which is why I gave it to you to study. Achi has no time to study it for the time being. Let's talk about it when you have time. In any case, the Scepter of Time is not going anywhere. At this time, Achi suddenly thought of something. Right, brother. Can the ancient book of knowledge appraise sprites? Appraise sprites? List stared blankly. In fact, there was no need to appraise sprites. After spitting out the worm stalk, he could tell what kind of sprite it was. However, he had yet to appraise a living creature. His own hand did not count, and there was no reaction when he placed it on the book. Therefore, he took out a sprite worm and placed it on the ancient book of knowledge. Then, the magic book glowed, but only one language of the moon word appeared, sprite. Oh, do you think I'm blind? Do I need you to remind me that this isn't sprite? List chuckled at the ability of the ancient book of knowledge. Well, it's useless for me to keep this ancient book of knowledge. I'll give it to you, Achi. It just so happens that you often need to identify magic materials. Achi did not refuse. Okay. After obtaining the ancient book of knowledge, List's heart began to burn with passion for the artifacts sealed in the other 3 statues. He did not know what kind of special artifacts were sealed in them. However, he was not in a hurry. When all the Moon Killer tribes were conquered, these artifacts would fall into his hands sooner or later. So, he continued to look for natural nodes, not only to complete the smoke mission, but he also really wanted to open up the passage between Black Horse Island and Flame Island. So as the days passed, he continued to search. Soon, the year 154 of the Sapphire calendar came to an end, and the new year 155 slowly arrived. The Thorn Castle did not have the joy and laughter of last year. The servants, under the leadership of Butler Carter, had a simple New Year's Day. The newly built castle in Firewood City was bustling with activity. List and his followers were celebrating the first New Year's Day on Firewood Island in the castle named Firewood Castle. Your Highness, I propose that this year be the first year of the Flame Calendar. Today is the first New Year's Day of the Flame Calendar. Duarte Red Apricot raised his glass and said. Chapter 861. There were no unknown reward quests for the new year this year, which was a pity for List, but it was a bit difficult to find the natural node of Black Horse Island. It was very difficult for the invisible dragon to set off from the Whirlpool Islands and cross more than 3,500 kilometers of sea, unless Achi checked the invisible dragon to Black Horse Island. However, although the invisible dragon had a mild temperament, he was unwilling to go into the water and didn't cooperate with List's arrangement at all. Therefore, he could only enter the world outside the material world from the Flame Island, then find a natural node close to Black Horse Island, and then cross over to Black Horse Island and begin to search that area carefully. I hope to find a suitable natural node as soon as possible. At present, 8 new natural nodes and 3 old natural nodes have been discovered, but they are basically all within the range of Flame Island. I still have to go to Black Horse Island to find the natural nodes around Black Horse Island. List thought. The 3 old natural nodes are the entrance to the Great Whirlpool, the entrance to the Whirlpool Cave, and the entrance to the Hourglass Valley. 8 new natural nodes. The Volcanic Crater, the Jade Mountain for natural nodes in the sea, and 1 natural node on the sea far away from the island. The last natural node, which was also discovered near the end of the new year, was located in a lake in the southeast corner of the Fiery Island. There were many reeds on the shores of the lake, so it was named Reed Marshes. In other words, 6 of the 11 natural nodes could be used, especially the Volcanic Crater, the Jade Mountain, the Reed Marsh, and the entrance to the relic. If he could open the magic gate, he would be able to pass through the northwest, central, and southeast regions of the Blazing Island. Achi was still diligently practicing her space elemental incarnation. The preparations for the magic gate had already been completed. As long as she could perfectly master the elemental incarnation, she could open the magic gate at any time. List and the invisible dragon bard spent a lot of time in the world outside the material world almost every day. The helix positioning had been improved several times, and it could detect any subtle fluctuations in the natural nodes. Wuxia, don't worry, Bard. The natural node is just there, waiting for us to discover it. List was half consoling the invisible dragon and half consoling himself. It didn't snow on Inferno Island last December, and the temperature didn't drop below zero. But the weather was dry and cold, and it was even worse than a snowy day. The crops in the fields had stopped growing, and the elves had already gone into hibernation. There was no longer enough food in the forest. The animals that should be hiding and hibernating had long disappeared. It was January now. The dry and cold temperature was getting worse, allowing List to see the not-so-mild side of Blazing Island. It was a little hard, Your Highness. The potato harvest was not as plentiful as I had imagined. Taking in the Moon Killer Tribe natives as serfs would consume a lot of food, and it would be hard to maintain the stability of Infernal City. Estuary City in the south has also sent us news of a food emergency. Should we postpone the incorporation of serfs? Durut Red Apricot had gained List's trust and was in charge of the development of Fiery Island. There's no need to postpone it. It's more difficult for us to kill the Moon People. At this time, it's very easy to use food as bait to tame the Moon People. I will personally transport food from Black Horse Island to support the use of the pioneering team. List relied on the fact that he and Achi could continuously transport food and did not agree to Duterte's request. However, he felt very regretful. The potato sprite Kutcher was very useful, but the planting time was too short. Many of the potatoes hadn't matured yet, and it was already winter. Under the influence of the dry and cold climate, even the great elves could no longer promote the growth of the potatoes. Otherwise, this wave of potato harvest could still support the consumption for half a month. Now, food could only be transported from Black Horse Island. I hope to find a natural node to Black Horse Island as soon as possible. As if his wishes had come true, just as he was worrying about food, the invisible dragon bard suddenly sensed abnormal feedback from a natural node. Let's go. Flying over and tearing the material boundary of the node, a set of skilled operations were completed, and the dragon and man had already seen the world outside the natural node. Well, this turns out to be the hard island. List flew out of the natural node and found himself on the hard island that had been dug out. The island, which used to be buried with the emerald dragon's hind legs, had been cut by half with the excavation of the light emerald mine. A large amount of soil and rocks had been dug out. A large number of stones were pushed down the cliff and piled up around the island, expanding the hard island to twice its original size. Very good. The location of this natural node is very good. It's only 600 kilometers away from Black Horse Island. List was overjoyed and finally found a natural node located in the Sapphire Archipelago. Although it was not around Black Horse Island, it could still be used as an alternative to communicate with the Sapphire Archipelago and the Flame Archipelago. He immediately rode the invisible dragon and flew high into the material boundary and flew in the direction of Black Horse Island. At the same time, he was also thinking about the location of this natural node. Why is on the hard island? The previous natural nodes at sea and in the sea could not be discussed for the time being, but the natural nodes on land were very interesting. The crater used to be a large volcano. The Jade Mountain was full of jade, and it was not clear what resources there were in the reed marshes. The natural resources of the hard island were obviously the hind legs of the emerald dragon at the beginning. Is the formation of these natural nodes related to the real material world? Is there a strong magic that interferes with the material boundary to form natural nodes? He thought of the triangular theory of matter-spirit magic, where magic and matter were constantly changing to a certain extent. It is very likely that a place is full of magic, or there's been a magic outburst event, which led to the formation of natural nodes. Of course, the study of natural nodes was not deep enough, and the essential reason was not yet clear. List no longer worried about it, flew all the way at top speed, and finally arrived at Black Horse Island when it was dark. Back on the island, the invisible dragon flew directly to the smoke grass plantation to rest, while List lived in Thorn Castle, enjoying the comfortable environment of the castle. The next day, after dealing with the official business that had accumulated over a period of time, without stopping, he rode Bard to look for natural nodes around Black Horse Island. Almost as soon as he entered the world outside the material world, he found a natural node. He skillfully opened the node, and the hole appeared in a closed lake. At the bottom of the lake was a magma channel that had already solidified. The invisible dragon did not want to go into the water, but it could not resist List's guidance, and the lake looked very shallow, so it barely flew out of the natural node. Then it quickly rushed out of the shallow lake. Outside, it was a field of harvested crops covered with a layer of snow. Several serfs dressed in hemp clothes were placing bird cages in the snow. This scene was all too familiar. Black Horse Island. This is the Lake of Bones in Red River Town, the place where the body of the previous fire dragon was originally buried. Such a discovery made List feel extremely surprised. What natural node could be more wonderful than here? Sure enough, the place with the most conflicting magic on Black Horse Island is the fire dragon burial ground. And the burial ground also happened to form a natural node. Boom! Bard landed on the ground. List walked to the lake and looked at the small lake, feeling relaxed and happy. A cloud of smoke appeared in front of him, forming a serpentine text. Chapter 862. The Lake of Bones was filled with lake water. If he wanted to build the magic gate, the lake water needed to be emptied. It was easy to empty the Lake of Bones. He just needed to dig an opening and connect it to the Red River not far away. The terrain of the Lake of Bones was higher than the Red River, so the lake water could not be stored. Then he needed to dig the Lake of Bones into a square and open a magic gate on the square. I don't know if the magic gate, a chi setup, will have too much turbulence and repulsive force. If it's like the entrance of the Whirlpool Cave, flying out every time, it will still be a big problem to pass through. I hope the repulsive force can be reduced, and I can enter and exit at normal speed. Although this was what he was thinking, he did not do anything immediately. He still had to wait for a chi to inspect it personally before making a decision. There were specializations in every field. Coordinating the overall situation and fighting against the heroes were his forte, and the magic profession was a chi's forte. He looked at the new smoke mission, and after seeing the content, he vaguely had the illusion of a pain in the ass. Mission: build roads if you want to be rich. The development of Flame Island will face many problems, and the lack of smooth roads is one of the main constraints, especially for a knight. Without sufficient open space to charge, it will be difficult to unleash their combat power. Please build 500 kilometers of roads on Flame Island. Reward: Emily's new life of chi. The mission reward was very good. The new life of chi referred to the promotion of mid-level chi to high-level chi. Emily was about to become a Sky Knight, which was worth celebrating. As the only genius in the territory who matched the status of a Dragon Knight candidate, List had high hopes for this 14-year-old girl. He had been training her as a light green Dragon Knight. But Emily, who did not have a cheat, was still not as strong as List, who advanced from Earth Knight to Sky Knight in half a year, and then became a Dragon Knight in a few months. She trained as an Earth Knight for a full year, and from Sky Knight to Dragon Knight, it would probably take longer. She probably could not become a fighting force in a short time, unless the light green gem dragon recognized her and was willing to help her start training Dragon Chi in advance. If that was the case, then reaching the peak of advanced Do Chi was just around the corner. Emily is 14 this year, 15 next year, and 16 the year after that. If she's given a few more years, there's a chance that she'll be able to ride a dragon before she's 20. This kind of talent is really frightening. The only thing I have to worry about is that once her body develops, she'll probably be restricted as a female. There had been female Sky Knights since ancient times, but there had never been a female Dragon Knight. Female powerhouses were mostly concentrated in the field of mages. Although the 6 statues of the Moon Killer's ancestors had long been destroyed beyond recognition, one of them, which was the one holding the ancient Book of Knowledge, was a female statue. I hope Emily can break this rule and become the first female Dragon Knight. No matter what, List would do his best to nurture Emily. Even if she couldn't become a Dragon Knight in the future, she could still learn the Dochi Domain Scroll and become a Domain Knight. The talent she had displayed was worth nurturing. Moreover, List could not tell if he had some unspeakable thoughts in his heart. Nurturing a Lolita. This smoke mission has to be completed as soon as possible to help Emily regenerate her Dochi. However, the mission is too difficult. I have to build a 500-kilometer road on Flame Island. The road was not an ordinary path, but a road that could be used by a knight to charge. It was not limited to a stone road. Even a dirt road could be used. However, the standard requirement for a road was that the road was very wide, very flat, and could not have too many curves. Generally, roads were built around big cities. There was a road around Iron Hoof City that led to Bull Castle, which was 30 kilometers long. Now, to build a 500-kilometer road was a huge project. With the current strength of Infernal City, it would probably take more than half a year. When encountering a river, he had to build a bridge. When encountering a mountain, he had to dig a tunnel. If the terrain was too complicated, it might not be completed in more than half a year. I'll take it one step at a time. The discovery of a natural node on Black Horse Island allowed List to travel between Black Horse Island and Flame Island at will. After flying for half an hour in the world outside the material world, he successfully found the wormhole space fluctuation of the Great Maelstrom Magic Transmission Array. Then he rode the invisible dragon bard directly across the wormhole space and flew out of the vortex hole. Looking at the flowing waterfall behind him, List suddenly thought of something. I have 4 spatial rings, and Chi has 2 spatial rings. If we add them together, we have about 400 cubic meters of space, which is equivalent to a large warehouse. Before the magic gate is established, I can act as a porter and use the space ring to transport supplies. Large items could not be transported, but valuables could be transported by him personally. He did not see a Chi in the Mage Tower laboratory. After asking Lucy and the twins, he learned that a Chi had gone out and would return in the evening. List was thinking about whether to take advantage of this time to go back to Black Horse Island and deliver a batch of rubber water. Suddenly, he received a report that the knight who went to the Red Cloud tribe encountered a large invasion of giant elephants. The Red Cloud tribe was unable to resist and had all moved into the sphere of influence of Infernal City. Giant elephants. List asked carefully and learned that it was a very powerful Earth attribute World of Warcraft that moved in groups. They did not hurt people, but they directly took away the warehouse where the Red Cloud tribe stored food, then wantonly destroyed buildings and plundered food. Everywhere they passed, the ground was trampled flat. Even the ground was trampled flat. Yes, Your Highness. The group of giant elephants is too strong. It is difficult for us, Knight, to launch a charge. They stamp their feet, the ground shakes, and then our mounts will be unstable. Magicians' magic can't hurt them. They all know magic, rock armor. Rock armor was an advanced earth magic. Dosen knew this trick. It formed a solid rock on the body, and its defense was no worse than mithril armor. List's heart moved. List rode the invisible dragon bard directly and flew to the Red Cloud tribe. After a few flashes, he had arrived at the valley where the Red Cloud tribe was located. After a little search, he saw the group of giant elephants that the knight had mentioned. There were about 100 of them, including elephants and small elephants. It was a large family group. The giant elephants looked very strange, very different from the common elephants. The most special thing was the huge jaws under their noses, which seemed to be infinitely elongated, long and wide, with a pair of big teeth in front of them. It was like a big shovel on the chin. And its tusks, which should have been long, were not protruding, only about 1 meter. Compared to a height of at least 6 meters and a body of more than 20 tons, the tusks were very short, and the nose was not long enough. Its limbs were short and stout, and its overall body looked bloated than the average elephant, and its head was not big enough. Chapter 863. With their huge bodies and exaggerated jaws, List had already given this group of giant elephants a name in his heart: shovel-toothed giant elephants. seeing their rich earth attribute magic and their powerful ability to easily trample the ground. He had an incomparable desire to tame this group of shovel-toothed giant elephants. Then, use it to build roads. With this group of shovel-toothed giant elephants, the construction of the 500-kilometer gallop shouldn't be a problem. I knew that smoke missions wouldn't give unsolvable difficult missions. It turns out that everything is arranged by the power of fate. Without this group of shovel-toothed giant elephants, there would be number 500-kilometer gallop mission. His mind was suddenly enlightened. The invisible dragon sensed his thoughts and let out a sharp whine, flying out of the material boundary, revealing a crystal-clear body like flowing water. The wild firebird poured out like a waterfall, impacting the shovel-toothed giant elephants on the ground. Ong, ong, ong. The shovel-toothed giant elephants, who were searching for food, were attacked by such a fierce firebird and immediately screamed again and again, then crawled on the ground one after another, not daring to move. In World of Warcraft, there was a clear superior and subordinate pressure in front of the dragon. Bard, continue to suppress the shovel-toothed giant elephants. I want to tame them myself. After communicating, List jumped directly off the dragon's back and landed in the middle of the group of shovel-toothed giant elephants. Elephant herds usually had a leader. List noticed that one of the shovel-toothed giant elephants was exceptionally large, and many giant elephants followed behind it, so he understood that this was the leader of the herd. Seeing List walk over step by step, the leader of the herd, oppressed by the firebird, wanted to move its body, but did not succeed. There was no other reason. List would also release the firebird, causing great pressure on the leader of the herd. It could only let out a frightened wail. But soon the leader of the herd was confused. List dispersed the firebird, and instead took out a large portion of fruit from the gem space. This was the food he had prepared before leaving. As early as when he got the news about the elephant herd, he had expected it, so he prepared to tame them in advance. Carrot and stick. Food was the carrot, and the stick was strength. This was a very skilled skill for List. Back when he tamed Dosen, he had summed up a set of methods to deal with wild beasts. After a few twists and turns, the elephant leader was enveloped by List's intermittent dragon might and attracted by the tempting fragrance of the fruit. It completely understood its fate to submit to the human in front of it. If it submitted to him, it would have food. If it did not submit, it would be beaten. The logic was clear. Wuxia. The invisible dragon circled around the elephant herd and faithfully carried out the role of a lackey. Compared to the fire dragon Leo, the invisible dragon bard spirit and what were easier to get used to, and the day of perfection was just around the corner. According to the order, Ethan the Emerald Dragon was first, Bard second, and Leo last. The fire dragon's evil thoughts would always suppress List's guidance, leading to ups and downs. He mounted the leader of the elephants and sat cross-legged on the back of the elephant. From time to time, he would throw down a portion of fruit. Just like that, he urged the leader of the elephant herd, and the other shovel-toothed giant elephants followed closely behind. The group slowly left the valley of the Xia tribe, heading towards the direction of Infernal Fire City. The sun set and the sun rose. After a day and a night of traveling, they finally crossed the swirling river. They saw the patrolling night squad. The vigilant night squad saw List on the back of the elephant. After a moment of surprise, they hurriedly saluted. "Your Highness," asked Duarte and Emily to come here immediately. Also, send a few carts of fruits. It would be best if there are preserved wild bananas in the warehouse, List ordered. "Yes, Your Highness." A moment later, Duarte and Emily arrived at the place where the elephants were parked. They brought 6 carts of fruits. Fruits were scarce in this season, so it was good enough to gather 6 carts of fruits. Ong, ong, ong. The elephant herd cried out from time to time, but overall, it was under List's control. "Your Highness, what can I do for you?" Duarte looked at the elephant herd driven by List. He was not surprised. This incredible Dragon Knight Lord always had unexpected results. "This batch of shovel-toothed giant elephants is a mid-level dragon beast that I have just tamed. I like their magic. If they're used to repair the road, it will definitely be more efficient. List gestured for the night squad to distribute the fruits to the elephant herd. However, I do not have time to tame them. I will leave the specific taming plan to you. Duarte looked troubled. Your Highness, I do not know much about taming animals. Emily replied in a clear voice. Your Highness, please rest assured and leave it to Emily. If that is the case, Duarte, do your best to cooperate with Emily. I will leave the task of taming the shovel-toothed giant elephants to Emily. List was very satisfied with Emily's attitude. A qualified follower should accept the task given by the Lord without hesitation instead of complaining. Duarte also realized that he had said something wrong. He hurriedly corrected himself. Your Highness, please rest assured. I will do my best to cooperate with Emily in taming the elephants. Give me the people and give me the things. The priority is to tame the shovel-toothed giant elephants. List glanced at Duarte. Then he said to Emily, these shovel-toothed giant elephants have a gentle personality and are actually quite easy to tame. However, it will take some training to make them understand how to cooperate with the road construction. You have the experience of taming blizzard beasts, and the blizzard beasts should know how to cooperate with you in taming the shovel-toothed giant elephants. Yes, then you will follow me for the next 2 days. I will make the leader of the elephant herd listen to your instructions. Without the suppression of List's strength, it would be difficult for the shovel-toothed giant elephants to surrender to an Earth Knight. Emily's face showed a touch of joy when she heard this. Yes, Your Highness. She was very eager to get along with the greatest lord in her mind. In her young girl's heart, List occupied a huge position. It was a kind of worship mixed with many emotions. Of course, she was not a girl who would be overwhelmed by emotions. She had an iron will and a clear brain. Your Highness, if you want to tame the elephant herd, food is the most basic guarantee. The food of the shovel-toothed giant elephants must be amazing. At present, the food reserves in Fire City may not be enough. Leave it to me to arrange. You go and bring the Blizzard Beast team here first. We will gather here in an hour. List turned around and communicated with the invisible Dragon Bard using the Dragon Heart Code, asking Bard to maintain the stability of the elephant herd and prevent it from harassing the plantation not far away. He went straight to the Master Tower of Fire City and found Achi, who had returned. Brother, Achi, I have found a natural node of Black Horse Island. Now I can travel freely between Black Horse Island and Flame Island. If you don't need your space ring for the time being, leave it to me to transport the materials. If you need any materials, you can directly make a list and I will bring them for you. Yes. Achi carried all the materials in the space ring to the laboratory and handed them back to List. 6 space rings were worn on her hand. List returned to the elephant herd. Emily had already gathered with the Blizzard Beast team near the elephant herd. After seeing List, Dosen and the 8 little ones wagged their tails. They had not forgotten their former master. Woof woof, woof woof. Dosen, come here. List smiled and waved. Dosen suddenly rushed over and intimately rubbed his head against List's trousers. It was huge like a small elephant, but at the moment, it was as docile as a pug. Chapter 864. The shovel-toothed giant elephants know 3 kinds of magic, all of which are high-level magic, namely Hardstone Armor, Rock Cluster, and Earth Trample. Hardstone Armor is covered with a layer of rock. Rock Cluster is somewhat similar to Rock Thorns, but it protrudes as a linear sharp stone wall. Earth Trample is an earth attribute magic that has never appeared before. It is triggered by the stamping of the shovel-toothed giant elephants, which can quickly flatten the ground. It was as if a large jack had suddenly slammed into the ground. According to the different strength of each shovel-toothed giant elephant, the area of Earth Trample is also different. For example, when the leader of the herd activates Earth Trample, the area reaches a circle with a diameter of 10 meters. Some of the newly grown shovel-toothed giant elephants may only have a diameter of about 5 meters, and the young elephants that have just learned this magic are centered on the stomp, with a diameter of about 1 meter. Hardstone Armor and Rock Cluster are not the focus. The focus of taming is on earth trample. List requires Emily to be proficient in controlling the herd to release earth trample. At the same time, to ensure the discipline of the herd. When the herd has worn off its bestiality, it will begin to introduce the knight to ride. Only when the knight rides and drives can the 121 shovel-toothed giant elephants move in unison. Throughout the second half of January, List assisted Emily in training the shovel-toothed giant elephant herd, while constantly shuttling between Black Horse Island and Flame Island, transporting the necessary materials to maintain the daily operation of the territory. Forward, shovel-toothed giant elephants. Emily rode on the back of the leader of the herd and issued a command. Behind her were more than 100 large and small shovel-toothed giant elephants. On the back of each giant elephant was a knight, led by a young knight. Ong, ong. The giant elephants raised their trunks from time to time and let out a dull cry. Then they lined up in a disorderly line and set out from the elephant garden along the 40-meter-wide road that had been trampled into a hardened block of earth. The speed of their advance was not fast, but the momentum was magnificent, constantly rolling up the dust on the road as if it was smoking. Around the herd, the blizzard beasts, under the leadership of Dosen, constantly circled around the shovel-toothed giant elephants to prevent them from walking around. Under the dual control of the knight and the blizzard beasts, the elephants began to gradually get used to their current way of walking and were no longer free and undisciplined. This is the embryonic form of my mammoth orders of chivalry. In the future, I will continue to expand the population size of the shovel-toothed mammoth, cultivate more Earth-attributed Earth Knight, and run in with the shovel-toothed mammoth to carry out construction projects. List rode on the back of the invisible dragon and disappeared into the material boundary. He was in a good mood. He had already decided to rename his direct subordinate orders of chivalry the Burning Legion. The first orders of chivalry in the Burning Legion was the mammoth orders of chivalry in front of them. They weren't focused on fighting, but on construction. Stop, Emily ordered loudly after the elephants arrived at their destination. The giant elephants immediately stopped their somewhat disjointed movements in a disorderly manner. They slowly moved their positions and arranged themselves into a more orderly group. In front of them, there used to be a small hill, but now there was only a bare mound of earth. Riding on the leader of the elephants, Emily slowly turned around and gave new instructions to the elephants behind her. First row, step forward. The first row of shovel-toothed mammoths, driven by the knight, stepped forward to the designated position, and then, following Emily's instructions, the knight shouted to their mounts, "Shovel-toothed mammoth, trample the earth." Ong, ong, ong. The shovel-toothed mammoths raised their forelimbs and stomped heavily on the ground. The power of magic bloomed in an instant, and the ground seemed to be smashed by a weight of thousands of pounds. There was an earthquake-like shaking. It could be seen with the naked eye that the ground, which had already been compacted to the point that water droplets could not penetrate, sank another tens of centimeters, and the soil became more solid. If a shovel were to be used to shovel the soil now, it was feared that the shovel would not be able to dig out an inch of soil. The soil was almost as hard as a rock. It was such powerful magic that the original mountain was abruptly flattened. Second row, step forward. Emily gave another order, and the second row of shovel-toothed mammoths, under the knight's control, repeated the previous operation and stomped a few centimeters deeper into the ground. Just like that, row after row of shovel-toothed mammoths repeatedly trampled the ground, back and forth. List was very comfortable watching from the sky. Although the degree of integration is not enough, orders of chivalry can already start building the road. It doesn't need to be 40 meters wide, 20 meters is enough. And the road doesn't need to be so solid, the elephants just need to step back and forth. The most suitable road for a knight's charge was the kind of flat ground with moderate softness and hardness. Real hard roads were really not suitable, as it would hurt the horses' hooves too much. That night, after orders of chivalry returned from their training, List summoned Emily into the castle and informed her about the road building. Duarte, Claus, and the other captains were present at the meeting. My plan is to build a road from here to here. He gestured with his hand on the map, starting from Infernal City and building it in the direction of the Flame Mountain, all the way to the Jade Mountain where the light green gem dragon rested. The straight line distance was about 400 kilometers. However, there was a mountain range in the way, and they needed to make a large detour to avoid the mountain range. It was easy for shovel-toothed mammoths to flatten a small mountain, but it was not possible for them to do so on a large mountain. This distance was just enough for 500 kilometers. Finally, I want to build a new city in this place. I originally planned to build King City here, but I won't consider King City for now. I'll build a Jade City first. The branch of the Flame Mountain range is called Jade Mountain, and as the name suggests, there is a huge jade mine here. Jade mine? Is it really a jade mine? At first, Duarte and Claus did not understand why List did not build the road to Estuary City first, but instead wanted to build such a road. Now, they understood everything would be worth it if there was a huge jade mine. I'll give you 2 months. Orders of Chivalry will be in charge of building the road. You must ensure their safety along the way and dispatch serfs to transport supplies. The road was named by List as Jade, Stone, Fire Avenue. The road construction ceremony was officially launched on February 1st, and the road construction project began. List was still doing logistics, traveling between Black Horse Island and Flame Island, mainly transporting food. Of course, the task of finding natural nodes did not stop, but finding new natural nodes was not something that could be done overnight. He allocated more time to cultivation, often go to Jade Mountain and the light green gem dragon to cultivate, going to Doomsday Volcano and the fire dragon to cultivate. Of course, most of the time, he practiced with the Invisible Dragon. The Invisible Dragon Knight, Dragon Do Chi Secret Manual was expanding from Ghost Erase, Shadow Lift, and Snow Avalanche, creating the 4th move Sonic Boom Thrust and the 5th move Toxic Dragon Drill. The Fire Dragon Knight, Dragon Do Chi Secret Manual also created the 6th move Magma Point and the 7th move Tai Sui, cut after Dragon Chop, Burning Sky, Sweep, Swallowing Sun, Stab, Boiling Sea, Twist, and Shaking Earth Hammer. The training with the light green gem dragon was even more rapid, leaving a faint figure of the knight in the mind of the light green gem dragon. The figure of the knight was still very blurry, and its expression could not be seen clearly. There was only an outline, but it was basically the same as List's figure. Riding on a light green gem dragon in the spiritual world, there was a vague 5-meter dragon spear in his hand, and a light gray cloak formed by smoke. Basically, this was the imprint that List left in the heart of the light green gem dragon. Chapter 865. In the mind of the light emerald dragon Ethan, List's faint figure had gradually been imprinted. However, in the mind of the invisible dragon bard, a spiritual imprint had not yet appeared. The fire dragon Leo, who had the longest running-in time, also did not have a spiritual imprint. Perhaps it would be the most difficult dragon to have a spiritual imprint. The growth of evil thoughts would always destroy List's influence on it. Basically, every month, List would cut off Leo's mind, filter out the evil thoughts, and leave behind the pure original thoughts. If I want to explore the world, taking Leo with me is the most suitable. He has the most powerful fighting power, but the invisible dragon bard is also very suitable. Sometimes, he would struggle with who he should choose as his final mount. Fortunately, there was still a long time to choose. He was now waiting for Chi to practice. The Magic Gate experiment plan was done over and over again, and he could only wait for Chi to perfectly master the spatial elemental incarnation. At present, Chi could transform her whole body into spatial elements, but her mastery of spatial magic was still a little lacking. But soon, with her terrifying talent, perfect mastery was just around the corner. When a magic gate is built, I won't have to work so hard anymore. It's really troublesome to make 3 trips to and from Black Horse Island almost a week to transport supplies. Flame Island was in a dry and cold winter. Everything stopped growing, and there was a serious shortage of food, coupled with the constant absorption of the Moonkiller natives. He also raised a group of shovel-toothed giant elephants, which consumed even more food. The Flame territory had a large trade of sea salt, glass, white paper, and so on. Coupled with perfume, soap, and porcelain that was being explored, it could barely maintain the current supply, just as he was waiting for the magic gate. Another piece of good news was brought back by the knight who attacked the Moonkiller natives. Accompanying them was a little girl, no more than 12 or 13 years old. Your Highness, this little girl is called Hippolyta. Her father is Pont Lisi, the listener of the small Luo tribe. We found traces of elves in the Luo tribe. Our request for a ransom was rejected, so we arrested all the natives of the Luo tribe. The knight captain reported truthfully. We then found a group of elves hidden in Hippolyta's wooden house, all of whom had contracted with her. We then brought the elves and the worm stalks back. The knight behind the knight captain brought out a large wooden box. After opening it, it was revealed that the box contained tightly bound sprites, 1 greater sprite, 3 lesser sprites, as well as 2 sprite worms. List was pleasantly surprised. He had thought that the sprites mentioned by the Night Squad were only referring to a few sprite worms. After all, the Luo tribe was just a small tribe with a population of no more than 200 people. Unexpectedly, they actually brought back 1 big and 3 small, as well as 2 sprite worms. The value of this harvest far exceeded that of capturing a large tribe. Good, you've done well. Captain Carl, what's your title? Which lord are you following? List asked. Carl's body trembled when he heard this, and he could not contain his excitement. Your Highness, Carl is a Lord Knight, and I follow you, so you're my direct follower. In that case, from now on, I promote you to Baron. Are there any aristocrats among your squad members? Thank you, Your Highness. No, they're all commoner knight. In that case, everyone will be conferred the title of Lord Knight. Thank you, Your Highness. Thank you, Your Highness. The Knight squad members all knelt on one knee and solemnly performed the oath of allegiance to List. Excitement could be seen on their faces. In fact, such a scene often occurred on Blazing Island, where a knight would often be conferred the title of nobility or promoted to the rank of nobility due to their military exploits. The Knight squad was rewarded. List then looked at the faintly trembling moon killer girl, Hippolyta. This skinny native girl's body had yet to fully develop, but she was already quite tall, standing at a little over 1.6 meters. Her skin was the color of wheat, she wore animal skin clothes, and she was barefoot without shoes. Her hair was parted in the middle, reaching her shoulders, and was very black and shiny. There was even a row of feathers in her hair. This was the favorite adornment of moon killer females. The older they were, the more they liked to have feathers of various colors on their heads, forming a beautiful crest. Hippolyta's crest had yet to take shape. However, probably because she was the daughter of a listener, her living conditions were not bad. She was cleaner than most moon killer children, and she also had delicate features. This was especially so for the middle style, which was very interesting. List really wanted to say, "Call me Big Brother from now on, and I'll teach you how to comb your hair in the middle." Of course, he was too embarrassed to say such words, and only smiled as he sized Hippolyta up. He had a good impression of the little girl who had hidden an elf and not killed him. "Are you Hippolyta?" he asked in choppy moon language, which he had recently taken some time to learn. Speaking moon language was not difficult, and the pronunciation skills were traceable. After all, most languages in the legendary continent, including Windless and Serpentine, had inherited moon language words. Vartek, the little girl mustered her courage and asked in gibberish. List did not understand. He turned to look at the sorcerer interpreter beside him. Most knights had learned moon language before, but they were not proficient in it. They basically communicated according to the operation manual. Sorcerers who studied moon language were more suitable as interpreters. "Your Highness," she asked why you captured her father, her friends, and her family. "This is a misunderstanding. I invited them to live in my territory. Life here is far better than in the Luo tribe. You will also start a new life here." List said, and the interpreter translated. The communication was smooth. So don't worry, don't be afraid. You really won't kill us. Yes, we won't kill you. In fact, we have many moon killer people here. They are all from different tribes who came here to start a new life. Then can you let my father and my brother go? Of course. But as a condition of the deal, can you cancel the contract with these elves? List showed a wolf-like grin, showing his patience. He was willing to respect the moon killer people who respected the elves, but not because they were little girls. They're my friends, gifts from my father. Can you not kill them? Hippolyta said nervously. You like them? Yes, I like elves very much. They are very cute and should not be killed. But my father only allowed me to wish for one elf on my birthday. I started wishing when I was 7, and when I was 12, I only wished for 6 elves. The rest were killed. Obviously, the moon killer people of the Luo tribe were still moon killers. It was just that Hippolyta had a good impression of elves. Give them to me. I will take good care of them. Not a single elf will be killed in my territory. They live happily. You will often see elves in the future. They are free and unrestrained. As for you, you should go to school. Chapter 866. Who is the headmaster of the Moon Killer Academy? List asked after Hippolyta was sent away. It's Baron Rick Footprints. Rick, huh? List recalled that Rick was his former classmate at the Night Academy, who had followed him since he was in the Flower Town. The first time he went to the battlefield, he was seriously injured and almost died. Since then, his body was left with hidden dangers, and he began to take the administrative route. Tell Rick to educate Hippolyta well. He is someone I pay close attention to. Understood, Your Highness. With the continuous absorption of the Moonkiller clan, the territory's Moonkiller serfs had already exceeded 200,000 people, and the ancient wizards alone had reached 4,000 people. As for the knight, wizards, and commoners who migrated from the Flame territory, there were less than 20,000 people in total. Such a disparity made the Flame territory's rule very precarious. Although he and Qi were enough to suppress all disturbances in terms of high-end combat strength, but they could not suppress everywhere and still had to rely on the Flame territory to maintain stability. But with the continuous increase of the Moonkiller clan, the Flame territory's control over the Moonkiller clan was bound to decline. The Moonkiller clan was distributed on Flame Island. There were certainly millions of them, and even tens of millions was not impossible. After all, they were spread out in most of the 4 corners of Flame Island. As for the number of Flame territory's Flame territory, even if magic gates were opened and immigrants were allowed, it would still be difficult to reach hundreds of thousands in a short time. With a large number of Moonkiller clan and the small number of Flame territory, List felt that he had to adopt a more stable method to control Flame Island. His plan was to assimilate the Moonkiller clan, integrate them into the Night system, and make them loyal to him. At the same time, he had to divide and disperse the Moonkiller clan. Standing on the castle's balcony, List looked at the sun that was still bright but did not provide much heat. His mind was clear. It is not realistic for everyone to be equal. The difference in levels under the Night system must be maintained. However, the conflict between the different levels can be resolved through the channels of ascension. Nobles, Flame folk, and Moonkiller are 3 levels, but each level must have a channel to become a nobleman. His gaze shifted towards the faraway plantation, where a night squad was patrolling. Moonkiller serfs were busy plowing the fields under the leadership of the infernal giants, preparing for the upcoming spring sowing. Especially young Moonkillers like Hippolyta, they could be groomed to become night class. As for the Moonkillers, their generation would be cut off. After banning the killing of sprite worms to produce magic power dust, the Moonkillers would not be any better than the Flame people in terms of magic talent. Of course, the cultivation of Moonkiller Knight still depended on talent. Moonkiller Knights without talent would continue to be serfs. Young people are the true knight candidates of the Burning Legion in the future. They will accept the new concept that I bring and not continue to stick to the rigid knight system. Ongchi, crunchy. The great potato sprite Kutch's shout interrupted List's thoughts and brought him back to reality. He saw Kutch flying towards him with a sprite of the same height. List. Kutch came to the balcony and laughed foolishly. Kutcher, who was captured by the Saint tribe, lived a miserable life. Only when he was rescued by List did he become completely happy. Recently, List had given him a mission to help the newly arrived sprites familiarize themselves with their new life in Firefire Castle. One after another, sprite worms were rescued from the various Moonkiller tribes. Both the greater sprites and lesser sprites, there were only one big sprite and 3 small sprites brought by Hippolyta. Above the head of the greater sprite was a small sapling with large leaves. A bunch of bananas hung from the sapling. It was a greater banana sprite. Bananas were a type of fruit that was most loved by the spatula elephant. It could be said that the arrival of the greater banana sprite provided a stable source of food for the spatula elephant. Bobby say, List. He teased the greater sprite, whose eyes were full of curiosity. Because it had just formed a contract, the greater sprite was still a bit shy with strangers and could not speak in Serpentine. Its name was Bobby. This was the name given by Hippolyta, and List felt that it was good, so he did not change it. Hi-bo, Bobby. Bobby muttered the language it knew, and then, driven by the contract, tried to say, Li-shi-ti. It's List. Kutch corrected him. Li-shi-ti, List. Li-shi-ti. Bobby is so stupid. Kutch sneered and continued to correct him. List Flame, Kutch's List. Bobby seemed to understand the other party's mockery and shouted angrily, Hi-bo, Bobby. Well, go play on the side. List did not care about Bobby's learning progress. After the sprites' worm stalks were planted, they could do whatever they wanted. There was no point in teaching them. In addition to the banana sprite Bobby, there were 3 other sprites, namely the Kingflower sprite, the silver fangrass sprite, and the big pom-pom sprite. Among them, the Kingflower was a parasitic plant, generally parasitizing the roots, stems, and branches of plants, somewhat similar to mushrooms. However, it was a plant with flowers the size of a wash basin and was a magic ingredient. In other words, the Kingflower sprite was a magic ingredient sprite and was very valuable. The only drawback was that it was not easy to cultivate, as it needed to be parasitized on a large tree. The silver fangrass was an ornamental plant. When its fruit matured, it looked like a silver coin or a small silver fan. The big pom-pom sprite was also an ornamental plant, closely related to the scallions, but not belonging to the same genus. The middle of the plant grew a cylindrical, half-a-person-tall stalk, and the tip of the stalk was a purple scallion, which was very interesting. The value of these 2 sprites had yet to be discovered. In addition, there were 2 sprite worms. So far, more than 40 sprite worms had been rescued from the Moonman tribe, and most of them had not been found to have any value. Coral Island, Flower Town, in a tavern near the dock. 2 guests dressed as merchants sat in the corner of the tavern, whispering, Did you find out? Did you bring the gold coins? Don't worry, I won't be short your money. Take it. Hey, with the gold coins, everything is easy. Investigate clearly. The knight returns to Black Horse Island 2 to 3 times a week. The time is not fixed, but the basic pattern is unchanged. The other magician hasn't appeared yet. He's been staying on Flame Island. What is the mount, and what does it do every time? The mount has not been found, but each time it is to transport a batch of goods, sometimes food, which is not easy to find out. And each time, it will rest in Thorn Castle for 1 night and leave the next day. I dare not ask more. The specific method of transportation is not clear. Continue to inquire. I want to know more about the whereabouts of the knight. Hey, Black Horse Island's household registration management is very strict. I risked being hanged to help you find out information. If you want me to continue to inquire, you have to pay me more. As long as the information is valuable, remember, money is not a problem. A moment later, the 2 merchants said goodbye, purchased a batch of goods, and left Flower Town. Only one set out for Black Horse Island, and the other for Coral City. The merchant who set out for Coral City, after arriving at the dock, immediately wrote a letter and handed it to another merchant to carry all the way to the Eagle Kingdom. Eventually, the letter arrived in a magnificent castle. On the hillside, not far from the castle, a bronze dragon was sleeping. The owner of the castle opened the letter, read the contents blankly, and then burned the letter. Sitting in a chair in silence, he whispered softly, "List Flame, the humiliation you have inflicted on me, I will retaliate tenfold. Just wait." Chapter 867. This chapter is the 100,000 years of salted fish. December, January, and February belong to winter on Flame Island. Although the plants stopped growing because of the dry and cold climate, it was a rare opportunity for construction. It didn't rain for a long time, and the land was kept dry. Taking advantage of this time, settlements around Infernal City and the Whirlpool River rose from the ground. Tall wooden houses, rocky administrative offices, each settlement was planned with a small town as the goal, waiting for residents to move in. All the towns belonged to List. On Flame Island, which was more than 3 million square kilometers, other than the nobles of the Burning Legion, no other nobles could be infeft here. There were many large and small islands in the archipelago, enough for his followers to be infeft. The merits came too quickly, so the enfeefment naturally wouldn't be good. Basically, his followers' titles did not correspond to their military exploits. Often, it was List who would forcibly find an excuse to promote his followers and give them military exploits. Everyone knew this, so naturally, they wouldn't care about the barrenness and richness of the territory. For example, Crossbuckthorn was promoted from Viscount to Count after passing through the Great Whirlpool. Such a huge reward already made him overjoyed. Even if he was given a desert as a fief, he wouldn't be able to complain. Riding on the back of the invisible dragon, carrying a chi at the same time, List moved in the material boundary, inspecting his territory. We still lack people. We lack the backbone of a knight class. Although the Knight Academy has been training young people, it takes time to grow, and time is the biggest enemy in developing Flame Island. The loyalty of the ancient magicians is always a problem, even if a Chi and I are forced to become the Moon Killer Sekis. Sekis were saints. List had a dragon as his companion, so it was natural for him to become a Seki. As a magic shooter, a Chi was the best candidate to become a Seki. But the two of them only became Sekis with their strength. Their appearance was far from the Moon Killer Sekis, so it was impossible for the Moon Killer Sekis to sincerely believe that they were Sekis. Only the ancestors of the Moon Killer Sekis were the Sekis in their hearts. Brother, don't worry. A Chi will help you suppress the ancient magicians. Their magic has fallen behind this era. A sorcerer can rely on a few pieces of magic equipment to fight a great ancient sorcerer. They can't make any waves. A Chi could now enter the material boundary. She was even bolder than List. She didn't take the ancient sorcerers seriously. It was probably because all the sorcerers were sucking up to her, so that a Chi could deeply understand her influence on the sorcerers as the embodiment of truth walking in the secular world. I'm not worried about them stirring up trouble. I just feel that the development of Blazing Island isn't fast enough. How long will it take for you to master your space elemental incarnation perfectly? Soon, in the next 2 days, a Chi replied. The reason why she rode the invisible dragon with List was to familiarize herself with the material boundary and speed up her familiarity with spatial magic. As expected, 2 days later, in late February, a Chi finally mastered the spatial elemental incarnation and could enter the material boundary independently at any time. Moreover, together with List, they could ride the invisible dragon and wander in the world outside the material world, feeling the differences of this world. They could also observe and study the natural nodes. Brother, the preparations for building the magic gate are sufficient. A Chi will choose the natural node and build the magic gate. After comparing all the natural nodes near the Flame Islands and the Sapphire Islands, a Chi began to enter the long-awaited practical project of the magic transmission array. At present, there were 6 nodes suitable for the opening of the magic gate: Volcanic Crater, Jade Mountain, Reed Marsh, Ruins Entrance, Heart Island, and Bone Lake. The first one is to build the Bone Lake Jade Mountain Magic Transmission Array and connect Black Horse Island and Blazing Island. List was excited. The location of these 2 natural nodes was the best, which could directly maximize the convenience of transportation. After all, the Jade Fire Avenue was about to be completed. The construction ability of the Elephant Orders of Chivalry was better than imagined. With continuous running in, the shovel-toothed giant elephants could build 30 kilometers of roads a day. When the time came, Bone Lake was connected to Jade Mountain, and Jade Mountain was connected to Fire City. It would become the main traffic artery for the development of Blazing Island. However, Achi put forward a different opinion. Brother, it is the first time to open a magic transmission array. It is inevitable that there will be accidents, and even natural nodes will be destroyed. Achi suggests that we build an unimportant magic transmission array first, accumulate enough experience, and then open the Bone Lake Jade Mountain magic transmission array. I see. Although List did not want to give up, he also understood that what Achi said made sense. It was inevitable to fail the first time. So which one do you think we should build first? Heart Island Read Magic Transmission Array. First, to verify whether the connection of long-distance natural nodes is feasible. Second, it will not hinder the future trunk of the magic transmission array on Blazing Island. Once it is determined that the magic transmission array is stable and feasible, it can be directly dismantled and a new magic transmission array can be built. Then let's do it this way. You arrange it. I will cooperate. In this way, the tedious and complex construction of the magic gate began. Achi's plan involved a lot of magic materials, including space gems. If it weren't for the 6 space gems, List would have been reluctant to use such precious gems for the establishment of the magic gate. Time passed day by day in the preparation work. February ended and March arrived. The spring rain fell on a large area of Blazing Island, and the spring plowing work was carried out. A large number of seeds brought from Black Horse Island were sprinkled in various plantations open during the winter. Once the seeds of these plantations germinated, many elves of Thorn Castle could migrate to Firewood Castle. While List was busy, Orders of Chivalry finally built the Jade Fire Avenue to the Jade Mountain and found a light green gemstone dragon entrenched in the Jade Mountain. Oh my God, a dragon. This is the light green gemstone dragon, the one lost by the Eagle Kingdom. It's on Blazing Island. Quick, report to His Royal Highness. It was Carlo Violet's mount when he was alive. The knight exclaimed one after another. They were deeply shocked by the light green dragon entrenched far away on the mountain, ignoring Orders of Chivalry. However, Emily, who was riding on the back of the leader of the herd, shouted loudly, "Silence! Captain Emily, this is a light green gemstone dragon." Vernal Inc., who participated in the escort work of Orders of Chivalry, could not suppress his impulse. I know. Although Emily's face was young, her expression was serious. This light green gemstone dragon is the mount of His Royal Highness. His Royal Highness has long become a light green gemstone dragon knight. The knight's glory. Incredible. A third dragon. His Royal Highness has already subdued the light green gemstone dragon. Our Royal Highness, who is favored by the knight's glory for life, already has a 3-headed dragon. The knight no longer knew how to describe it. They had infinitely elevated the glorious image of their lord. At this moment, they still felt that they could not set off the greatness of the lord. A dragon knight with a 3-headed dragon, a lord who was only 20 years old, impressively became a dragon knight with a 3-headed dragon. Such an exaggerated achievement could not be described in words. Even Emily, who had already been informed by List and knew of the existence of the light green gemstone dragon, Ethan, was shocked. There seemed to be a flame of worship burning in her bones. Chapter 868. It was List's choice to expose the light emerald dragon. Anyway, the news of the 3-headed dragon would be exposed sooner or later. At a time when Flame Island was already in control, there was no harm in exposing it. Moreover, Jade Mountain was the dragon nest of the light emerald gem dragon. Mining here could not avoid the light emerald gem dragon. Moreover, when the spiritual imprint of the light emerald gem dragon was completed, List would try to let Emily get along with the light emerald gem dragon to see if they could work together and become the new dragon knight in the future. The girl was talented and loyal, so she should be vigorously cultivated to share the burden of List. He was only 20 years old, but he had to bear the pressure of a kingdom. It was really not easy. Of course, Emily was only 14 years old this year, and the pressure of becoming a dragon knight was equally great. Even though magic shooter Chi was already 44 years old, she was still not an adult siren according to the age of siren. The Nation of Fire was a country established by young people. Commander Emily, is this really His Highness's dragon mount? Vernal Ink couldn't believe what he was seeing. Of course, Emily held her head high, feeling an inexplicable sense of pride. Every time List made an incredible achievement, she felt that she would go crazy with excitement. And she remembered very clearly that night. The great Sir Lord stroked her hair and said to her, "Grow up quickly, Emily. You are my candidate for Dragon Knight." Ethan, the light emerald gem dragon, was the dragon that the Sir Lord had chosen for her. She just had to wait for her to grow up, pass Ethan's test, be recognized, and finally succeed in riding the dragon. "I will definitely become a dragon knight and follow His Highness." Emily looked at Ethan lying on the distant mountain, and her heart became more and more fiery. Thunder chi overflowed in her meridians, as if it was about to rush out and vent. She tried to adjust her breathing, but still could not suppress the restlessness of her chi, like boiling water that was constantly boiling. "Novad, I leave orders of chivalry to you. Continue to flatten the land." She hurriedly ordered her deputy and jumped off the leader of the elephant herd. With a few flashes, he arrived at the nearby Jade Firewood Avenue. She stood still on the wide, open ground and pulled out the red blood sword that she always carried with her. This sword was List's sword in the past. The ruby's effect was to amplify combat aura. After being melted down and recast by the Iron Knight, it became more compatible with her lightning combat aura. Although it was only a gemstone weapon, it was Emily's treasure. At this moment, she grasped the red blood sword and crazily unleashed her chi's secret technique, venting the restless chi in her meridians. Gradually, a special kind of change occurred in her meridians. It was as if all the fighting energy had risen into another form, making her feel that her body was constantly becoming lighter. Then he suddenly leaped. He had already soared more than 10 meters into the air. He hovered in the air for a moment before landing easily. An irrepressible surprise appeared on her delicate and immature face. She instantly realized that her fighting energy had been reborn. It had upgraded from mid-level fighting energy to high-level fighting energy. She had become a Sky Knight. Boom! The new high-level lightning combat aura gushed out. Her whole body was like a sharp arrow, flying 100 meters into the air. Even if it was just an upgraded fighting energy, she could still forcibly control it, allowing her body to fly steadily for short distances. Day and night of practice had allowed her to master fighting energy to a terrifying degree. She crossed the air and then fell hard around the giant elephant orders of chivalry, leaving 2 footprints on the hard ground. Her legs bent and her sword on the ground. A cloud of dust flew up. The Knight of the Orders of Chivalry turned their heads one after another, alarmed by the noise she made. Then they saw Emily descending from the sky. Some knight were still in a daze, while other knight had already woken up. Captain Emily advanced to Sky Knight. Vernal was the first to rush over. "Captain Emily, have you really advanced to Sky Knight?" He felt incredible, even more incredible than meeting a dragon. Although the light green gem dragon was sudden, it had been a year since the Eagle Kingdom had lost it, and everyone had some guesses in their hearts. However, how old was Emily? She was only 14 years old. An elite Earth Knight at the age of 14 was already exaggerated enough. She had also been appointed as the captain of the Orders of Chivalry. She had long been a figure that could not be ignored. Everyone's view of Emily was that she was a genius and a new star with a promising future. The future would belong to Emily. However, she didn't have to wait until the future. Right now, Emily had become a Sky Knight. When List became a Sky Knight at the age of 17, he broke the historical record of the Grand Duchy of Sapphire and became the youngest Sky Knight. Countless people were shocked and envious. Who would have thought that Emily had now broken List's record by 3 years? Yes, I'm now a Sky Knight. Emily turned over and rode on the leader of the elephant herd. She wanted to continue flying in the sky and feel the joy of becoming a Sky Knight, but she restrained her emotions well. Willpower had always been her greatest talent. You're only 14 years old this year. Knight's glory favors you, Captain Emily. You're even more talented than His Highness. Vernal's tone was still shocked. Emily raised her brows. His Highness' talent is not something you and I can imagine. I'm just constantly chasing after His Highness back. Captain Vernal, work hard. After saying that, she rode the leader of the elephant herd back to the giant elephant orders of chivalry and immediately gave the order to be silent. She was not List. Although she had advanced, she could still restrain the urge to show off. If it were List, he would probably fly around the giant elephant orders of chivalry for a whole day. Looking at the back of the girl riding the elephant, Vernal shook his head slightly, unable to let it go for a long time. He thought that the young Dragon Knight Lord he followed was already a legend. Who would have thought that the girl knight he worked with was also about to become a legend? Becoming a Sky Knight at the age of 14 was almost impossible even for the kingdoms on the continent and the Dragon Knight candidates. Moreover, it was a female Sky Knight. When the girl's back merged into the giant elephant orders of chivalry, he looked at the light green gem dragon in the distance. Suddenly, he narrowed his eyes and thought of a possibility. Emily is a genius knight that His Highness has carefully nurtured. Then, could she be a Dragon Knight candidate of the Fire Kingdom? Although she is a woman, who can guarantee that she won't become a Dragon Knight after becoming a Sky Knight at the age of 14? This idea could no longer be suppressed. Vernal knew that it was really possible. As long as List was willing, Emily had enough time to get used to the light green gem dragon. As he thought about it, a slightly wretched smile appeared on his face. Your Excellency Achilles, High Mage, Captain Emily, Dragon Knight, I suddenly feel that the Fire Kingdom doesn't need to worry about the air at all. His Highness should like to cultivate this kind of thing. Cheesecake. List, who did not know that his followers were silently criticizing him, looked at the smoke serpentines that appeared in front of him. Mission completed. Reward, Sky Knight Emily. Oh, the Jade Firewood Path has been completed. Is my little Emily finally going to advance? A 14-year-old female Sky Knight. My full nurturing of her was not in vain. Emily's growth was surprising. But as the smoke serpentines changed and he saw the new mission content, his expression suddenly changed. Chapter 869. Mission. Your routine is being spied on. The danger hiding in the shadows is approaching step by step. Even as a Dragon Knight, there is no guarantee that you will not be besieged. Fighting is the best solution. Please resolve the crisis in the shadows. Reward, Trace of the Ogre. The reward of Trace of the Ogre did not make List change his expression. It was the content of the mission that made him change his expression. Someone is investigating me. The shadow crisis is approaching. In the Azure Sea, the only one that can pose a threat to me must be the Eagle Kingdom. I killed a Dragon Knight and lost a dragon. The Eagle royal family will never let it go. And Alonso Cactus is here. He quickly returned to normal, and there was only calmness in his eyes. Besieging the Dragon Knight, these people are up to something. Although the crisis had begun to ambush, he was not too worried. As early as the war between the Iron and Steel Ridge Kingdom and the Blast Furnace Kingdom, he had already considered the possibility of the Eagle Kingdom accumulating strength to deal with him. If the dragon was not lost, maybe the Eagle Kingdom would suffer a loss. But the dragon was lost. This was a big deal, and even the king could not swallow it. Every dragon represented a huge amount of resources. Investigating my routine and preparing to gang up on me. A new round of dragon slaying is about to take place. The power of fate has already felt the other side's restlessness. This battle is inevitable. List was a dragon knight who was going to directly establish a kingdom. He was upright and sharp, and he would not admit defeat at this time. Besides, there was no reason to admit defeat. There was the magic shooter, Qi, in the sea, and he was in an invincible position. There was the invisible dragon bard in the sky. If he escaped into the material boundary, what could the dragon knight do? Even the little fire dragon Leo did not need to appear. He could escape this dragon-slaying battle. On the basis of being undefeated, I will expand the battle and let the Eagle Kingdom regret coming to take revenge on me. He kept thinking about how to deal with it. In fact, with the invisible dragon bard around, he could totally catch a dragon knight off guard and kill it. According to the existing intelligence, even if the Eagle Kingdom had a way to stabilize the Blast Furnace Kingdom and the Iron and Steel Ridge Kingdom and withdraw the Dragon Knight and dragons from a border, it was impossible to withdraw all the Dragon Knight and dragons. According to the possibility, the Eagle Kingdom could pay a certain price and transfer about 3 Dragon Knight and 2 dragons. There were a total of 8 dragons in the Eagle Kingdom, among which there were 5 Dragon Knights: the White Iron Dragon Knight, the Bronze Dragon Knight, the Amethyst Dragon Knight, the Yellow Dragon Knight, the Lee Dragon Knight, the Silver Dragon, and the other White Iron Dragon and the Brass Dragon. The 5 vassal states had 5 dragons, 2 of which were Dragon Knight: the Copper Dragon Knight, the Crimson Sapphire Dragon Knight, and the Gray Iron Dragon, the Pink Sapphire Dragon, and the Gold Emerald Dragon. Among them, the White Iron Dragon Knight, Alex White Iron, guarded the border of the Blast Furnace Castle and could be dispatched. The Bronze Dragon Knight, Alonso Ferry, guarded the border of the Iron and Steel Ridge and could be dispatched. The Copper Dragon Knight, Lloyd Copper, had the best relationship with the Eagle royal family and could be dispatched. In addition, the Silver Dragon, the symbol of the royal family, and the Gray Iron Dragon of the vassal states could also be dispatched. Dragons were the existence that guarded the fate of a country and could not be mobilized easily. The cost of dispatching them was huge and could even be the fuse to start a border war. If the Eagle Kingdom really gathered a luxurious lineup of 3 Dragon Knight and 2 dragons, it would probably be a magnificent feat that would shake the country. If we win, everything will be fine. Maybe eating me will allow the Eagle Kingdom to restore its national strength in one fell swoop. But if we lose, the Eagle Kingdom will at least lose a layer of skin. If you dare to come, you must be prepared to lose a layer of skin. List's eyes were cold and fearless. Without much hesitation, he went directly to the crater of the volcano of Doomsday and called Leo out of the volcanic magma. The war is about to start. During this time, you stay in my body and be ready to fight. Roar. Leo did not refuse. Although he was attached to the temperature of the crater, he was also eager to fight. As an evil dragon, how could he be afraid of fighting? Back at the construction site of the reed marsh, he said to Qi, "First, stop the construction of the magic gate. Qi, I need you to stay in line with me during this time. There's a dragon-slaying battle waiting for me." Qi understands. Qi will protect my brother. Qi said, clenching her fist. "Well, I believe you." Immediately, the two rode the invisible dragon bard and directly entered the world outside the material world, shuttling from the natural node of the Bone Lake to Black Horse Island. List quickly summoned Mary Dawn Daybreak and Xavier Cow Dung at the Thorn Castle. "Your Royal Highness." Mary, who looked like a young man, no longer showed off her sexy figure. She became the leader of the Blood Servants and one of List's eyes, with a high position of power. In the Flame Territory, she selected a lot of talented teenagers and planned to expand the number of vampires. "Mary, I want you to immediately lead the Blood Servants to investigate the movements of the Dragon Knight and dragons of the Eagle Kingdom and its vassal states, focusing on Alex, Alonso, Lure, as well as the Silver Dragon and the Gray Iron Dragon. Mary will find out the movements of these Dragon Knight and dragons for your Royal Highness. Time must be fast. Just know the general movements, no need for details." "As you wish, your Royal Highness." List ordered Xavier. "Your task is to find out the movements of the Sapphire family, especially the Grand Duke and his Sapphire Dragon." It was difficult to judge the position of the Sapphire family, so he did not consider joining forces with the Sapphire Grand Duke in this dragon-slaying battle. He did not like to find people to cooperate with him if he could solve it on his own. People who he did not trust enough would betray him at any time. Xavier bowed and replied, "Yes, Your Royal Highness. Are you prepared for the traces of rat activity in the territory? The suspicious rats are under our surveillance, and part of the information was deliberately released by me. Basically, we can ensure that everything is under control." "Very well. Then continue to reveal my schedule to these rats. Remember, it is a regular and fixed schedule for a period of time. And I also want you to spread the news to these rats that I often go back and forth to the Dodo Island. There's a volcano there, which is Leo's place of practice." List decided to take the initiative to set up the battlefield and adopt the method of fishing. No one knew that he could rely on the power of fate to avoid danger in advance, which was the most valuable thing to take advantage of. Xavier did not ask for the reason and directly accepted the order. Understood. So, the two eyes, vampire and rat, went on with their orders. List did not stop at all. He directly crossed the natural node with the chi and arrived at the Island of Souls. From the Island of Souls, they sneaked toward the Kingdom of Eagle. He wanted to find some natural nodes on the coast of the Kingdom of Eagle, especially the flight route of the Dragon Knight. It was impolite not to reciprocate. Since the Kingdom of Eagle dared to launch a dragon-slaying battle, they had to pay a heavy price. On the battlefield, List would certainly not be able to beat the other party in a group fight. What he had to do was to use the invisible dragon to deal with the opponent and turn the dragon-slaying battle into a farce. When the Kingdom of Eagle knew that they could not catch List, they would definitely retreat. Then, on the way of retreat, it would be an opportunity for the invisible dragon to assassinate. Chapter 870. The Flower Town's Wharf Tavern. Two merchants were sitting together, the same two as the last time. This time, there was new information about the contents of the transaction. "I have ascertained the information you wanted. It took a lot of effort to bribe a servant of Thorn Castle. That knight always transports supplies to the Dodo Island." "The Dodo Island?" "That's right. It is an island in the north. I have brought you the nautical chart. How many gold coins do you want to pay me?" "How about 10? 20? Don't be greedy, 15. 17. This isn't just for me. I spent a lot of money to bribe that servant from Thorn Castle. Will the cat be out of the bag? Rest assured, that servant is an old member of the castle. No one will suspect him." After the other side agreed to pay 17 gold coins, the merchant explained the situation of the Dodo Island in full detail, including the information about the volcanic crater, the Forest of Skulls, and so on, as well as the knight practicing cultivation on the island. If someone investigated, they would find that the Dodo Island was indeed under construction. However, it was not a practice area, but a small town where volcanic ash would be mined and used to produce cement. It only took half a month for this news to reach Alonso Celeste's hands. In order to deliver the news in time, he had arranged for vampires to once again lurk in the Grand Duchy of Sapphire. However, in order to avoid being discovered, the Black Knight family's vampires acted very cautiously, concealing the fluctuations of blood magic. The family already knew that a group of vampires had defected and sought refuge under List. The Dodo Island. Alonso called for his trusted knight. Arranged for the Eagle Knight to separately inform His Highness Alex, Archduke Neuer, and Duke Piero that the fire-extinguishing operation has officially begun. On April 3rd, we will assemble at the Sapphire Hot Spring Island. The Eagle was a mid-level wind-attribute world of Warcraft. It was not strong in battle, but it was very fast. Carrying the beacon bestowed by Alonso, the Eagle Knight quickly set sail from Alonso's castle and flew to various parts of the Eagle Kingdom. Looking at the knights disappearing into the horizon, Alonso clenched his fists tightly. His Majesty still trusts me to lead this operation. I will not let him down. List Flame, you must be very proud right now. You're young and successful, eager to build your country, but you don't know that the old hunter has already laid a trap for you. The layout of the dragon-slaying war usually took a long time. After making all the preparations that he could, List quickly went to the coastline of the Eagle Kingdom and kept looking for natural nodes. It was a pity that the material boundary here seemed to be more stable than that of the Fire Islands. After searching for more than half a month, he only found 2 natural nodes. One of them was in a place he was familiar with, the Kurong Mountain Iron Mine. The other was between a reef not far from the coastline. It was also a very familiar place. Back then, he met the old Siren Izzy here. He called this place the Siren Reef Group. It was a pity that Izzy was not here, and he did not see this charming siren again. I hope these 2 natural nodes happen to be on the return route of the Dragon Knight. Otherwise, I can only try to assassinate them. After all, Bard is still underage. If he is an adult and his strength is at its peak, I can directly go to each Dragon Knight station to assassinate him. The invisible dragon was now only 80 years old, and his battle strength was not strong enough. If he went deep into the enemy's rear to assassinate him, the risk would not be small. Who knew whether these Dragon Knight, which had been passed down for many years, would have countermeasures, such as magic or fighting skills that could seal off space? At present, List's main business idea was to stabilize the situation and not make waves. Soon, he received news from the Blood Servant, the White Iron Dragon Knight, Alex White Iron, who was supposed to be stationed at the border of Blast Furnace Castle, was not in the station and had returned to the capital. Since the daughter of the Eagle King married the younger brother of the Blast Furnace Castle King, Duke of Heisberg, the diplomatic relations between the 2 countries had become complicated. Under normal circumstances, the kingdoms would not become a family just because of marriage. In fact, in the previous generations, almost all kingdoms had marriage, but they still had to fight. As I expected, Alex was released from the Eagle Kingdom and the Blast Furnace Castle Kingdom. If there's a dragon-slaying battle, he must be one of them. The White Iron Dragon was powerful, and Alex could be said to be the #1 expert in the Eagle Kingdom. There were 2 White Iron Dragons in the Eagle Kingdom. One of them had not found a Dragon Knight, but this dragon had once fought with the Dragon Knight and almost killed the first-generation Sapphire Dragon Knight. Their fierce battle strength was evident. As for Alex, he had even killed an ice dragon and enjoyed the title of Dragon Slayer. List thought for a moment, then let Achi give instructions to Mary Dawn Daybreak through the magic platform. Continue to follow Alex's news. Once he takes action or stays in seclusion, report to me directly. He had a magic platform, letting Mary and other blood servants lurk in the Eagle Kingdom with a magic platform. The speed of news transmission was very fast. Unfortunately, it was not easy to make a magic platform, and the security measures had not been set up yet. In addition, the training of the lurkers was difficult, and the vampires also needed time to develop. Otherwise, they could directly set up an espionage unit and stationed it in the major kingdoms. At present, only some blood servants could hold a magic platform. As the blood servants continued to take their positions, the information continued to come in. Alonso left the station on his dragon. Grand Duke Lure of the Grand Duchy of Red Iron did not show up for a few days. Duke Piero of the Duchy of Grey Iron also closed his door, and Prince Alex also closed his door. There were also people who found the Silver Dragon leaving the Dragon Nest. Then there was news that the Blast Furnace Kingdom and the Iron and Steel Ridge Kingdom once again had friction on the border. The whole month of March seemed very ordinary, but the movements of the Eagle Kingdom were known by List. If it were not for the smoke mission warning in advance, these movements would not be surprising at all. However, under the close observation of List, these movements all became abnormal. It is basically certain that the 3 Dragon Knight, Alonso, Alex, and Neuer will participate in the dragon-slaying battle. The Grey Iron Dragon of the Duchy of Grey Iron will also participate in the war, and there is also a Silver Dragon. The clues of the other Dragon Knight and dragons are still unclear. So, if they want to ambush me, where will they choose? List looked at the map of the Grand Duchy of Sapphire and thought that the Dragon Knight must gather before launching an attack, so somewhere between Dodo Island and Black Horse Island must be the attack site. This was the battlefield that List took the initiative to arrange. With this sea as the center point, the surrounding islands may become an ambush site. The most likely place should be Hot Spring Island. The Earl of Hot Spring Island is an old earl. I don't know if he will be involved. The mice I sent to investigate may find some traces, and these other islands may also become ambush sites. The Eagle Kingdom has been operating for many years. Who knows if there are any noble lords who have been instigated here? During the dragon-slaying battle in the Aquamarine Sea, the light green sapphire dragon knight, Carl Law Violet, unexpectedly appeared. The Sapphire Grand Duke guessed that there was a traitor among his followers, to provide a place for Carl Law to stay. However, no trace of the traitor was found. After all, there were many deserted islands in the Sapphire Archipelago where the Dragon Knight could stay. List touched his chin, and his eyes seemed to see the threads of fate constantly trembling. Even the Sapphire Grand Duke will reach an agreement with the Eagle Kingdom to work together to get me to pave the way for Anthony? He included the Sapphire Grand Duke in the dragon-slaying battle. Prepare for the worst. Chapter 871. Fire City was running low on food. List still took some time to transport supplies to support the construction of Fire City. At the same time, he also celebrated his follower, Emily, for successfully becoming a Sky Knight. He handed the Advanced Thunder Attribute Battle Energy Manual, 15-kilogram Thunder Sky Flash, to the young girl. Emily, the glory of the night has blessed you. You have inherited my glory and become the youngest Sky Knight in the Sapphire, Flame, and even the entire legendary continent. No, it is the glory of your highness that has blessed me, Emily replied in a clear voice. Haha, that's too high profile. Liz smiled and rubbed the head of the young girl, who was already 7 meters tall. Although her figure was still flat, the young girl's face was more and more delicate, with a hint of exotic charm. Female Sky Knights are very rare. I hope you can continue to climb to the peak. Emily will definitely become what your highness has been looking forward to. I will follow your highness back and never stop. The young girl was talking about the Dragon Knight. This was List's expectations for her. Looking at the determination on the young girl's face and the vitality that her body exuded, he sighed. Perhaps this is youth. Emily, I don't have a suitable weapon to give you as a gift. This swift shadow, Bao, has accompanied me in battle for a period of time. I'll give it to you in hopes that you can find the time to practice your archery skills. After becoming a Dragon Knight, List had not used archery for a long time. The swift shadow Bao was completely useless. Emily took the swift shadow Bao excitedly. Her vivid expression conveyed her inner feelings to List. She was willing to sacrifice anything for List, whether it was a sword or a bedsheet. In the following time, List was given another title. Emily was made a Viscount for training the giant elephant orders of chivalry and building the Jade Firewood Avenue. The other knight were also promoted according to their contributions. Basically, as long as there was an opportunity, List would give followers. The Flame Archipelago was too big, and what he lacked was followers to help him develop it. After leaving the Flaming Island, List calculated the time and found that it was almost April. Judging from a movement of the Dragon Knight of the Eagle Kingdom, it was about to reach the Grand Duchy of Sapphire. In order to show that he was relaxed and unguarded, he even made a big trip to Ironhoof Island to inspect his territory, Ironhoof City. Viscount Fox, Baron Gort, Baron Blair, all of you need to make preparations as soon as possible to recruit more knight to migrate to Blazing Island. Countless military achievements are waiting for you. You can poach knight from all over Ironhoof Island and promise them titles. List still felt that the Sapphire Knight was more convenient to use. He would take as many as he had. At the banquet, Gort livened up the atmosphere. Even if List did not like to drink, it was rare for him to drink a few cups of fresh flower wine. Taking advantage of the hot atmosphere, Gort smiled and said, Your Highness, the development of Ironhoof City is on the right track. I have not been bathed in your glory for a long time, which makes me very anxious. I miss the time I spent with you all the time. I wonder when your highness will let me go to Blazing Island? But I think your life in Ironhoof City is also very comfortable. List joked. Gord's wife and children all lived in Black Horse Island, and all of his children had entered the official class of the territory. List, on the other hand, was living a leisurely life in Iron Hoof City with his lover Freya, whom he met in Flower Town, and his illegitimate son Donald. No matter how good it is, it can't compare to the time spent following your highness. Well, when the time comes, you will all go to Blazing Island to temporarily manage Iron Hoof City and do a good job in transporting Night. List stopped Gord's flattery, raised his glass, and said, "My followers, glory belongs to me. I am with you, to the glory of your highness." After inspecting Iron Hoof Island, List went to Tulip Castle, where he gathered with Madame Penelope, the Marquis of Oxdale, and other relatives to talk about the development of Blazing Island and Tulip Island. Before leaving, Madame Penelope once again asked her servants to bring a potted plant. "List, my dear young man, you have become a dragon knight, have a vast land, and the sprites are flying towards you. But this is grandmother's intention, the embodiment of the glory of the night." The magic eyes swept over, and the potted plants did not breed sprite worms, but he still smiled and took it. "I will take good care of these potted plants and look forward to them breeding more sprites for me," the elder sister Elvira said with a smile. "List, next month, I hope you can attend my wedding with Hibbert Basil." Hibbert Basil was the son of the Count of Long White Island and was a suitable match for Elvira. After more than a year of contact, Elvira had already recognized this Earth Knight, who was 1 year younger than her. Their relationship had progressed to the point where they were about to enter the wedding, which could be regarded as a wonderful marriage. "Of course I will attend." List was not very fond of his elder sister, but he also did not deliberately alienate her. "If you are willing, Basil family can come to the Blazing Islands to develop. It is great that you can attend the wedding. I will have a proper discussion with Hibbert. Father also hopes that we can go to the Blazing Islands." Lee William naturally hoped that his children would go to the Blazing Islands. The reason was very simple. List had the three-headed dragon and the arch-wizard A Chi, whose development potential far surpassed that of the Grand Duchy of Sapphire. One dragon and three-headed dragon. Even thinking with their toes, they knew where to go. The Knight of the Tulip family has not been successful in establishing the Tulip Island. Although you have the support of the Moonkiller serfs, there is a lack of food on the island. In order to hunt for World of Warcraft, many knight have already been sacrificed. Lee Williams sent his father off while pouring out his grievances to his son, who was becoming more and more unfamiliar with him. "Father, don't worry. The difficulties are only temporary. After a period of time, you will realize that things will suddenly become clear." Lee William was skeptical. "Is that so?" "Of course. When have you ever seen me joke?" "That's true." Lee William wanted to say that every time they talked, it seemed like a joke. However, every seemingly impossible joke actually happened. For years ago, how could he have imagined that his cowardly, good-for-nothing second son, who had nothing but his handsome face, would grow to such a height that could cover the sky and cover the sun? Therefore, a voyage of 7,000 kilometers seemed to be a huge difficulty. But since List said it, he believed it. Leaving Tulip Castle, List returned to Thorn Castle and rested for a night, then set out for the Dodo Island. He planned to spend the whole of April between the Dodo Island and the Black Horse Island to attract the Eagle Kingdom to attack him. He could not do anything with peace of mind until the crisis in the shadows was resolved. He would rather spend a month with the Eagle Kingdom to solve the problem once and for all. Just as List began to use himself as bait, the Earl of the Hot Spring Island sent his knight to block a corner of the island, forbidding anyone from entering or leaving. Only his own servants could drive the carriage. Every day, they pulled a lot of supplies and transported them to the corner of the island. Such a piece of information, which would have been inconspicuous at other times, was discovered by the mice commanded by Xavier. Then the news was sent to List. Chapter 872. It was not difficult to assassinate the Dragon Knight, but it was difficult to assassinate the dragon, because there was a subtle connection between dragons, especially when the dragon magic was fully activated The connection between dragons was especially strong. Only an elemental dragon could hide from this connection. To assassinate the Dragon Knight only needed to leave the dragon temporarily and not receive the dragon's warning and timely support. After all, it was impossible for the Dragon Knight to stay with the dragon all the time, even when sleeping and eating. If I sneak in a hot spring island, the invisible dragon is likely to be sensed. At that time, the Dragon Knight will immediately react, and I may have to face two Dragon Knight. It is not very safe to fight two Dragon Knight head-on. Although I am not afraid, I may not be able to intercept them. List was now riding the invisible dragon Bard, and the little fire dragon Leo was also attached to his body. The magic shooter, Chi, had been living with him. Only the light, green gemstone dragon could not hide, nor could it pursue him for thousands of miles. He left it in the Jade Mountain to continue guarding the Jade Mine and sleeping. With his current combat power configuration, he could barely kill a Dragon Knight by sneak attack. It was really difficult to kill two Dragon Knight head-on. In particular, he did not know for the time being who the two Dragon Knight were, and whether it was a powerful dragon like the White Iron Dragon. Moreover, if a Dragon Knight rushed over while the battle was going on, he would not be able to steal a chicken and would instead alert the enemy. After careful consideration, he rejected the idea of sneak attack in advance. Forget it. According to the original plan, I will think of a way to sneak attack and intercept them when they retreat. I will be patient for the time being. After all, his strength was still developing. If the fire dragon and invisible dragon were all adults, there was no need to keep a low profile. No matter how many Dragon Knights came, he would kill them all. No matter how many Dragon Knights there were, they were all going to be food. Unlike now, with the advance warning of the smoke mission, he still had to carefully play with schemes. He calculated the food supply of Hot Spring Island. By April 2nd, there was already enough food to transport 5 dragons to the sealed area. In the next few days, the food supply did not increase. List waited on the Dodo Island and understood. 5 dragons and 3 knight. Such a scale is indeed luxurious. They are really giving me face. The Prince of the Eagle Kingdom, the Knight of the White Iron Dragon, Alex White Iron. The Marquis of the Eagle Kingdom, the Bronze Dragon Knight, Alonso Cipher. The Grand Duke of the Purple Copper Grand Duchy, the Purple Copper Dragon Knight, Lloyd Purple Copper. It was a silver dragon raised by the royal family of the Eagle Kingdom. The Duke of the Duchy of Grey Iron, Piero Grey Iron, and the Grey Iron Dragon he didn't ride. I also have to count the Grand Duchy of Sapphire, the Sapphire Dragon Knight, and Andrew Sapphire. That's 6 dragons and 4 knight. I have to be careful. Hot Springs Island. Alex sat in the center of the tent, with Alonso, Lure, and Piero on his left and right. There was also a middle-aged man. He was the Eagle King's trusted butler and also the breeder of the Silver Dragon. He was temporarily in charge of communicating with the Silver Dragon. The surroundings of the tent were empty. Only these 5 people were discussing. Is the investigation clear? Yes. List often travels between Black Horse Island and Dodo Island. According to the time, he will practice on Dodo Island all day tomorrow. Should we wait and find out more? A long night brings many dreams. Waiting is just a waste of time. And with Andrew's cunning, it will be difficult for him to continue to ignore our actions. Maybe he will find an opportunity to send a letter to List, so that List can cause us more trouble. In my opinion, we should kill Andrew first, then turn around and kill List directly, and clear the Blue Sea. We lost the opportunity last time. If we move against Andrew again, the Iron and Steel Ridge will never let it go. This time, it is only against List, so the Iron and Steel Ridge and our country have a tacit understanding, so I was able to withdraw from the front line. If we move against Andrew, I am afraid a new dragon-slaying war will happen. Alonso said calmly. Of course, he wanted to destroy the Grand Duchy of Sapphire. After all, the worst battle of his life was the Battle of Sapphire, but there were some rules that even the Dragon Knight did not dare to break easily. Iron and Steel Ridge, Blast Furnace Castle, and Eagle. Once the balance of the 3 countries was broken, the situation would be very difficult. Alex finally decided don't have any ideas about Andrew, at least not in the near future. Killing List, snatching the fire dragon, and recapturing the light green sapphire dragon is our top priority. And that Archmage, we must catch him and make up for the loss of the Eagle Kingdom. Prince Alex, the value of the Archmage is inestimable. I think the Eagle Kingdom will not go back on its word, right? Lure said softly. Of course, Grand Duke Lure. Rest assured that the royal family will share the knowledge of magic with you. So, when do we start? Tomorrow. The next day before dawn. Alonso had already gotten up and was feeding the bronze dragon affectionately. He did not sleep well last night, but now he had adjusted his mood. There was no longer any excitement or apprehension, and he had also forgotten the previous humiliation. All that was left was the persistence for this dragon-slaying battle. Old friend, it's time to use the wind and thunder to prove that you and I are worthy of the name of the Dragon Knight. Oomph. The bronze dragon did not roar. It only breathed out 2 puffs of air from its nose to express its desire for battle. It also remembered the humiliation of the last dragon-slaying battle. As a noble dragon, it actually ran away with its tail between its legs. If it did not take revenge, it would not be a dragon. After a while, Duke Piero came over with his gray-mouthed iron dragon. Your Highness Alonso, the gray-mouthed iron dragon is temporarily under your command. I hope it will be covered with glory when it returns. Please rest assured, Your Highness. This dragon-slaying battle will definitely be a happy one. On the other side, Lure was also feeding his bronze dragon. Prince Alex took care of the white, iron dragon, and silver dragon. The silver dragon breeder was only responsible for raising the silver dragon and could not command the silver dragon to fight, so he needed the dragon knight to command it. As a member of the royal family, Alex was also an old friend of the silver dragon and was not unfamiliar with it. So, after determining the attack plan in time, the 3 dragon knight and the 5 dragons quickly escaped into the darkness before dawn. The dragon's wings flapped, the clouds rolled, and a mighty dragon-slaying operation began early in the morning of April 7th, 155 of the Sapphire calendar. However, these Dragon Knight did not know. There were rats staring at them. When the carriages transported food ahead of schedule in the middle of the night, the rats had already reported to an inn in a small town nearby. The magician hiding in the inn immediately used the magic platform to send a message to the island of Fairy. Food was transported in the early hours of the morning, just enough for a full meal. The rats did not dare to approach and did not notice any other movements. Achi, who was sleeping lightly, quickly received the message from the magic platform and woke up List. Brother, there is a message. Today may be the day of the Eagle Kingdom's raid. Is it coming? It's earlier than I expected, but the sooner they come, the sooner we can solve it. List rubbed his face. He was not nervous at all. On the contrary, he felt a sense of relief. Without knowing the date of the attack, his emotions were always tense and could not be released. Once the time was determined, it was as if a heavy burden had been lifted. Pushing open the window of the wooden house, it was dark outside, but the air was exceptionally fresh. This was the fragrance brought by the new human skull saplings struggling to germinate from the volcanic ash. Smelling the fresh air, List stretched without caring about his image. Chapter 873. The distance from the hot spring island to the Dodo Island was not short. List had enough time to take a nap, wash up, eat a hearty breakfast, and put on his equipment. The Dragon Spear Thunder Fury was kept in the space ring. The Armor Thunder Roar was on his body, and the Ice Soul Dragon slaying sword hung on his waist. In addition to all kinds of gemstone accessories that increase strength, recovery speed, combat energy, and so on, as well as the red, black, and golden tricolor cloak, he looked majestic. Achi was still wearing the magic cloak, and also had all kinds of gemstone accessories on her body. These gemstone accessories were made from the gemstones sent by the Iron and Steel Ridge royal family. She also held a long sword in her hand. This was the 8 Dragons' divine sword. In the end, List did not wear this sword, but gave it to Achi to use. The reason was very simple. The 8 Dragons' divine sword was not so much a sword, but a magic staff. It was originally the weapon of the ancient magic shooters, and it had a strong enhancement to the 8 attributes of magic. In Achi's hands, the 8 Dragons' divine sword could be maximized. He himself rode a dragon to fight, and with the dragon spear as a means of attack, it was easier for him to become one with the dragon. Brother, with the magic enhancement of the 8 Dragons' divine sword, the power of Achi's water and ice magic will be even greater. It will definitely reach the level of supreme magic, and it will also cause great damage to the Dragon Knight. Achi felt the enhancement of the 8 Dragons' divine sword to her elemental incarnation and said confidently, "The little siren who was chased by the young 6-headed king's sea serpent, Tilamakita, and hid by the reef and cried silently, had become a confident great magic shooter who stood at the peak of magic. There was no longer a trace of timidity. But you still have to focus on support. Don't rashly participate in the battle of the Dragon Knight. After all, you haven't invested much in magic development, and your fighting methods are not rich enough." List reminded, Achi's water elemental incarnation had developed 3 super magic chainsaw, super high-pressure water knife, spiral super high-pressure water drill, and centrifugal water molecular shield. The ice elemental incarnation had only developed 1 super magic super compressed ice shield. It was to compress ice infinitely into a shield. It was not very technical, but the defense of a shield was very strong, especially in terms of physical attack defense. It was the best of all defensive spells. Space elemental incarnation. He had only just perfectly grasped it, but he had barely managed to develop a super spell, Vector Slash. This spell was developed by imitating the invisible dragon's dragon breath, which used a method of cutting through space to deal damage. Apart from that, there was also the basic super spell, Eye of Magic. Achi knows how to protect herself. Don't worry, big brother. During the battle, Achi will cast a water shield and an ice shield for Big Brother and Bart. I won't let the Dragon Knight hurt you. Then, Achi will use advanced magic to create a battlefield and wait for the right opportunity to attack the Dragon Knight. List smiled as he used the head-touching killer. He was not afraid of touching Achi until she went bald. Let's go, let's fight. The serfs working on the Dodo Island didn't know that an unprecedented dragon-slaying battle was about to take place. They were busy building the town's foundation. Their lord had already risen into the sky on the dragon, flying above the material boundary, constantly patrolling the waters around the Dodo Island, trying to discover the invading Dragon Knight in advance. It was unknown what principle of sensing was used between dragons. Even if it hid in the material boundary, the invisible dragon would still be sensed by other dragons at close range, but the distance of being sensed would be shortened. This greatly reduced its sneak attack ability. Otherwise, List would have already made his move. I expected that the Eagle Kingdom's means of attack would be an encirclement, so I intend to find a path first and see if I can kill the other party in a short time, he said to Achi. Before his voice fell, his heart suddenly thumped. The invisible dragon had already sensed the dragon's magic aura. It was right in front of the sea, flying in the direction of the Dodo Island. Let's go. List was not a hesitant person. When he discovered the enemy, he immediately communicated with Bart to rush toward the opponent. Flying like a flash, in the blink of an eye, the dragon's perception became clearer and clearer. The other party had probably also sensed the invisible dragon, but this did not stop List's enterprising spirit. Suddenly, in the vision of the crystal white orbit, a bright magic color suddenly appeared. It was the light of magic retroaction, like a metallic copper luster, and also flashing a faint purple. Purple Copper Dragon Knight, Lure Purple Copper. He had already recognized the identity of the other party. At this time, the Purple Copper Dragon Knight's flying speed was not fast, and its posture had begun to adopt a defensive posture, and it looked around nervously. It should have sensed the dragon, but it could not capture the dragon in its vision, which made it puzzled. It did not capture the figure and aura of other dragons around it. In other words, Lure was acting alone. With such a heaven-sent opportunity, how could List give up? Go, 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 spiral maneuver charge. The human and the dragon's mind were in harmony, and each had only one thought, and that was to attack. Instead of taking the usual straight line, he adopted a spiral sprint to blur his position in the dragon's perception. The distance was shortened bit by bit, and the perception between the dragons had become extremely profound. The purple copper dragon knight in the crystal white orbit and the subtle flow of magic were all imprinted into List's mind. This was undoubtedly revealing to him the purple copper dragon knight's next move. He's circulating a lot of mana. This means that he's prepared for a thunderous strike. Looks like Lure isn't as nervous as he appears. As expected of a rare dark element dragon knight, his pretentious methods are very compatible with combat aura. Unfortunately, you've met me. Lure's information quickly flashed in his mind. The dark attribute dragon knight's chi was full of corrosive and sticky properties, and it could not be dispelled like venom. Once hit, the dark attribute chi would be like maggots attached to the bone, causing continuous damage. But no matter how strange it was still a physical attack. For the invisible dragon that could enter the material boundary at will, it was not much of a threat. The fury of thunder was raised, and one dragon and one human advanced in the spiral. Chi and magic constantly resonated and accumulated, and the move Ghost was ready to be launched. Close. They were about to make contact. At this time, List could see the coldness in Lure's eyes, as if he had already expected this sudden attack. Without waiting for List to stab with the dragon spear, Lure waved the dragon spear in his hand. It was a long spear that was as black as ink, black from head to tail. Go to hell, Lure roared, and the dragon spear pierced the air without making any sound, as if even sound was corroded by the dark attribute chi. In the face of this spear containing the violent power of death, List just glanced at it faintly. One human and one dragon had already flashed away from the attack path, arriving at the back of the purple copper dragon knight. The fury of thunder stabbed out. Ghost strike. A light touch. Bloodlight bloomed like a rose. Roar. The purple copper dragon let out a miserable roar, and the tip of the fury of thunder's spear cut open a huge gash on the dragon's spine, so deep that bones could be seen. Dragon blood spurted out, flying over the sea. The 35 meters long and 35 meters wingspan purple copper dragon was much larger than the 15 meters long and 15 meters wingspan invisible dragon. But it was the purple copper dragon that was injured. Most of the time, body shape was not the standard of combat power. Lure's face instantly turned purplish red, and his eyes spewed fire as he roared, "Impudent!" The pitch-black dragon spear directly moved, fiercely smashing toward the exposed, invisible dragon. Dark attribute magic bloomed, and circles of black fluctuations flickered, but what it smashed was an afterimage. Chapter 874. Turn around. Dig. List rode the invisible dragon bard, and after Lure's angry attack, he flashed in front of the purple copper dragon again. Wrath of Thunder, wrapped in the invisible dragon's magic power and his own chi, violently poured out at the tip of the spear and fiercely performed the move Sonic Boom. The tip of the spear did not produce a real sonic boom, but it bloomed a flower of blood on the purple copper dragon's neck. Otherwise, it would have pierced through the purple copper dragon's neck. At the same time, Bard suddenly turned his head and took advantage of the process of brushing shoulders to spit out a dragon's breath on the purple copper dragon's face. The white mist that could cut through space was like a knife hitting the fine scales on the purple copper dragon's face, making crackling sounds like beans being fried. Achi also took advantage of the opportunity to attack. She grabbed List's armor with one hand and held the 8 dragons' divine sword with the other, gently waving it. A super spell, Vector Cut, hit the purple copper dragon knight Lure. Compared to the huge purple copper dragon, attacking the dragon knight was obviously more effective. However, the location of the dragon tooth terrace itself was very hidden and could shelter the knight very well. When a Vector Cut was about to hit Lure, a purple metallic luster flashed, and Lure's whole body was plated with a layer of metallic copper. Bang, clang. The sound of metal cutting drowned out the sound of the beans being fried. At the critical moment, the purple copper dragon also stirred up its magic power and plated the surface of its body with a layer of metallic copper, just in time to stop the violent blow from the invisible Dragon Knight. The two dragons flashed past each other. Once again, the purple copper dragon was injured. However, the purple copper dragon was strong, had rough skin and thick flesh, and could also be plated with metallic copper for defense. After passing by, it endured the severe pain of the wound, turned its head, and spat out a metallic torrent of dragon breath at the place where the invisible dragon had escaped into the material boundary. Dragon breath was a special kind of magic product. The dragon breath of different dragons was completely different. The fire dragon was a high-temperature flame. The light green gem dragon was a hail-like flow of crystal particles, and the invisible dragon was a mist that shattered space. The purple copper dragon's dragon breath was a metallic torrent, a special metal liquid formed in the form of magic power, and it was full of impact. After coming into contact with the air, it quickly turned into droplet-shaped metallic copper and shot out faster than bullets. Shio, 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 shio. The densely packed sound of bullets piercing through the air was like a swarm of wasps flying past. The buzzing irritated his ears to the point of numbness. However, the torrent of metal turned into a rain of metal bullets, still unable to attack the invisible Dragon Knight that escaped into the material boundary. Lloyd's counterattack with his dragon spear also missed. Damn it! His temper seemed to have been ignited, but his eyes became even colder. He didn't think too much about how the fire Dragon Knight that he was supposed to face turned into the elusive Dragon Knight. He only concentrated on searching for traces of the invisible dragon and looking for a way to deal with it. He was confident in his own strength. As long as I catch you, I'll send you back to the Dragon Valley in one strike. However, before he could vent his emotions, the invisible dragon once again appeared behind the purple copper dragon through a spiral maneuver. The fury of thunder stabbed crazily. This was the poison dragon move. It used the power of drilling as the main form of expression. It aimed at the soft abdomen of the purple copper dragon and launched a series of fierce attacks. The invisible dragon took the opportunity to spit out a dragon breath that shattered the air and sprayed it toward the dragon's abdomen. Achi adopted another attack method, switching to the super magic chainsaw super high-pressure water knife. A huge crystal white water knife suddenly condensed in the vast sky and slashed down at the purple copper dragon. Roar! The purple copper dragon's reaction could not be said to be slow, but it was still impossible to guard against. When the poison dragon had already pierced its lower abdomen, it panicked and plated copper on the surface of its body. Unfortunately, at this moment, the tip of the Fury of Thunder's spear had already burst into a flower of blood, and it constantly drilled inwards until it was blocked. It was such a delay, but Lloyd sneered, "Caught you." He raised the black dragon spear in his hand high, and the purple copper dragon skillfully turned around, forming a situation where the invisible dragon was above and below. Then, the black dragon's spear stabbed out from the gap between its wings. At this time, a magic fluctuation that made Lloyd's heart palpitate suddenly came from behind. He didn't pay attention to what was happening behind him and just continued to stab with the black dragon spear. He wanted to kill List first. Just as the black dragon spear was about to hit the invisible dragon and had not had time to escape into the material boundary, a bright white light suddenly appeared, and the air quickly froze and condensed into a glittering, transparent shield. Boom! The ice shield only blocked for a second before it was shattered under the powerful attack of the black dragon spear. But in this second, the invisible dragon had already escaped into the material boundary again. Achi, who was on its back, raised the 8 dragons' divine sword high, and the originally gray blade flickered with a bright blue and white light. That was the amplification of water and ice magic, which was activated. She was not arrogant when she said that she wanted to protect List. She had perfect mastery of elemental incarnation, and her super magic was also instantaneous. The High Mages were able to rule the world in ancient times, and it was not a joke. Their confidence came from absorbing the powerful magic power of the weave. Lloyd couldn't believe that he was actually blocked by an ice shield. His attack was once again useless, and the sense of crisis behind him was getting heavier and heavier. The next moment, there was no time to react. A scorching air current descended, and it was as if it had taken a magma bath in an instant. The scales of the purple copper dragon were almost melted by the high temperature. Then, a huge weight slammed into the purple copper dragon, causing its body to tumble. It was unable to fly steadily, and it fell down in a free-fall trajectory. "Good job, Leo," List laughed. As early as the invisible dragon appeared, he released the little fire dragon Leo. He was the main attacker, and Leo took advantage of the situation to launch a sneak attack. At this moment, Leo's performance was perfect, and the results were very gratifying. How could the purple copper dragon, which had lost its stability, avoid the powerful sneak attack of the invisible Dragon Knight? Bard rushed out of the material boundary and went straight to the purple copper dragon. The fury of thunder roared again, and it ruthlessly struck the snow mountain again. It was like a landslide, and it exploded on the purple copper dragon's shoulder blade, directly damaging one of its wings and making it even more difficult to maintain its balance. "Charred! Bard! Leo! Achi! Get rid of it!" Once in a fighting state, List quickly turned into a violent output stream. He didn't know what was roundabout and what was holding back, and he just did it. Leo kept colliding with the purple copper dragon, and Bard kept flashing. He held the dragon spear and stabbed with all kinds of stabs. Achi released water and ice shields for Leo and Bard from time to time, protecting them from the occasional counterattack of the purple copper dragon knight. She also took the time to release vector cuts, or high-pressure water knives, and water drills. In the next few minutes, List, Bard, Leo, Achi, 2 people, and 2 dragons madly besieged the purple copper dragon knight. From a height of 4,000 meters, the purple copper dragon knight was beaten to a height of several hundred meters, and it was still beating down. Even though the purple copper dragon was constantly gilding it and lure, it still couldn't withstand the damage. Along the way, there was constant bleeding and screams. The metal dragon's powerful defense could only ensure that it wouldn't be seriously injured, but couldn't guarantee that it would struggle and escape, especially when it fell to a height of 100 meters. The originally calm sea water, under the control of Achi's talent, instantly seemed to wake up giant pythons. Countless water tornadoes roared and rushed into the sky, tightly wrapping around the purple copper dragon. It restrained its last struggle, and it could only rely on the copper to protect itself. At this moment, "Lure, you're dead." List held the dragon spear, Thunder Fury with both hands, and used the move with the strongest instantaneous explosive power, Sonic Boom. Stop! There was a deafening roar in the distance, but a new dragon knight rushed over. It was a huge gray dragon that looked like it was cast from steel. Its wings covered the sky and shone with a metallic brilliance. The white iron dragon knight, Alex White Iron, had arrived. However, his shout did not have any deterrent effect. List's hand didn't shake at all, and Thunder Fury stabbed the copper-plated lure. The defense of the copper was strong, but the impact of Thunder Fury was even stronger. The tip of the spear constantly bloomed with mixed fire and spatial magic, burning, tearing, and forcibly breaking the copper. Poochie, human blood splattered. Lure, who had just heaved a sigh of relief because of Alex's arrival, had already been pierced through the chest by the dragon's spear. Violent magic poured out in an instant, wreaking havoc in his chest. Under the gaze of the crystal white orbit vision, Lure's dark magic could no longer be maintained, and it started to dissipate. He was dead. After Carl Violet, he became the second dragon knight to die in List's hands. The dignified ruler of a country, the Grand Duke of the Purple Copper Grand Duchy, had fallen in a dragon-slaying battle that no one was watching. After killing Lure, List didn't stop, and he quickly summoned Leo to transform into his magic form, and he attached it to his chest. Then, he controlled the invisible dragon bard and released the purple copper dragon whose body was constantly strengthening and could no longer cause damage. He quietly escaped into the material boundary and retreated into the distance. This burst of power consumed a lot of energy. Chapter 875. This chapter is My Horse Feeds the Sheep. Bang bang. The purple copper dragon fell into the sea and gulped down a few mouthfuls of salty water. After the surface of its body was covered with copper, it struggled to fly up from the sea. In order to come to the sea for the dragon-slaying battle, these dragons had learned basic swimming. Except for the fire elemental dragon like the fire dragon, the other dragons could probably learn to swim. On its dragon tooth platform, Lure had not been freed from the copper state. He was still plated with a layer of purple metal copper. He held the black dragon spear in his hand and maintained his posture when he was alive. He was already dead. There was no longer any vitality. However, the purple copper dragon did not give up on him. It just flew into the sky with a sad expression and met up with the white iron dragon knight. It let out a loud roar. Lure. Alex approached the purple copper dragon and shouted. There was no response. Alex was startled. He thought a very bad situation, and he saw with his own eyes that the transparent, crystal-like dragon thrust a dragon spear from its back and pierced Lure's chest. In a very short time, it pulled out the dragon's spear and disappeared without a trace. Lure. He called again, but there was still no response. Roar. The purple copper dragon's roar was full of desolation, which made Alex understand that Lure was already dead. Although it was unbelievable, it was the truth. Impossible. Alex's face was gloomy, and he was extremely angry. He and Lure were the prince of the Eagle Kingdom and the Grand Duke of the Purple Copper Grand Duchy. They had known each other since childhood. They had also been selected for the Dragon Knight candidate program of the Eagle Kingdom, but Lure inherited the Purple Copper family's dragon. There may have been some stumbles, but friendship was also established. Moreover, the relationship between the two countries had always been very good. This time, they responded to the dragon-slaying battle together. They even drank and chatted happily yesterday. Today was an eternal farewell. Suppressing his sadness and anger, Alex shouted coldly, "Purple Copper Dragon, follow me and avenge Lure. After I kill that despicable beast, List, I will personally send Lure's body back to the Purple Copper Grand Duchy." Roar. The purple copper dragon's body was full of wounds. The originally beautiful purple metal scales were mostly rotten. Some were shredded by the dragon breath, some were burned by the high-temperature dragon breath, some were torn apart by the dragon spear, and some were damaged by the magic water blades and water drills. His wounds were no longer bleeding, and his muscles were slowly healing. His powerful regenerative abilities were on full display. However, it had used up a lot of its magic power, especially those special Dragon Supreme demons. They had been heavily damaged by the repeated copper plating, causing its combat power to plummet. Only his spirit was excited, wanting to avenge his knight. Unlike the light green sapphire dragon knight, Carl Lowe Violet, the light green sapphire dragon was a dragon raised by the Eagle royal family. Carl Lowe was only a chosen knight and had nothing to do with the first-generation Dragon Knight. On the other hand, the Copper Dragon Knight Lure was a descendant of the first-generation Dragon Knight and had a close relationship with the dragon. However, at this moment, Alex and the three-headed dragon searched everywhere, but they couldn't find any trace of List. The three-headed dragon could vaguely sense the invisible dragon's aura, but the distance between the auras had already become far, making it impossible to clearly determine its position. It could only vaguely sense a direction. He went that way, it's the Dodo Island. Alonzo's direction. Let's chase after him. Alex's eyes flashed, realizing List's plan. He was addicted to killing the lone Dragon Knight, and he still wanted to intercept and kill the Bronze Dragon Knight. However, Not only was Alex not nervous, he felt that this was a godsend opportunity because Alonso wasn't acting alone. There was also a gray iron dragon following him. There were many types of iron dragons, and according to the type of iron ore they produced, they could be divided into 5 types: white iron dragon, mash iron dragon, gray iron dragon, white iron dragon, and black iron dragon. Their combat power was very strong, and they were the strongest among the metal dragons. Especially in terms of body size, they were usually more than 60 meters long. The Dodo Island was in sight. It would be impossible for Alonso Immortal to say that he wasn't proud. Under his plan, List had already become a turtle in a jar, and he was only waiting for the old hunter to personally come and capture him. But he soon discovered that something was wrong. According to the plan, he would be the second to arrive at the Dodo Island and join the battle, but there was no dragon-slaying battle on the Dodo Island. Everything on the island was very calm, except for a group of serfs who were working, who suddenly pointed to the sky and exclaimed. They saw the bronze dragon and gray iron dragon getting closer and closer. Even though they had seen the Sir Lord's fire dragon, the serfs were still scared by the 2 metal dragons. They couldn't help but want to kneel down. The metal dragons in the sky didn't care about them. Alonso's eyes kept searching, and he determined that there were no traces of dragons on the Dodo Island. List is not here. Could it be that after seeing Prince Alex, he fled? According to the plan, Alex would first launch a surprise attack with the white iron dragon and the silver dragon, and when the battle was in full swing, he would appear. When List wanted to escape, Grand Duke Lure would join in the encirclement. He didn't expect that there would be an accident in the plan. At this moment, he suddenly received a wave of dragon magic. It was the magic wave emitted by the white iron dragon. The wave was reminding him of danger and asking him to immediately converge in the direction of the white iron dragon. This was a simple way of long-distance communication between Dragon Knight. As long as they were within the range of the dragon's perception, they could communicate in this way. Alonso frowned. He couldn't understand why Alex would remind him of danger. Is there any danger in killing List? Even if he has an underage fire dragon, an ordinary light green gemstone dragon, and a newly promoted magic shooter, what can he do? His heart was still relaxed, but he didn't hesitate in his movements. He quickly drove the bronze dragon to fly in the direction of the white iron dragon, and the gray iron dragon followed closely behind. The flight didn't take long. He felt a new dragon's aura. Although it was not the same as the fire dragon's aura he felt in the last dragon-slaying battle, and it was not the aura of the light green gemstone dragon. But he knew that this was the arrival of List. Come on! Alonso's spirit was lifted, and he quickly rushed over. The distance between them continued to shrink, but when the bronze dragon sensed that the other was in front of him, there was no trace of the dragon in his vision. Even when he flew down from the clouds, he still couldn't find the other. There was no fire dragon and no light green gemstone dragon. Even when the bronze dragon kept reminding him that he was within a kilometer, there was still no trace of the other. What's going on? Why can't I see him? Alonso raised his eyebrows, vaguely understanding the meaning of danger from Alex. Then, he had a flash of inspiration. Is this an invisibility spell created by magic shooters? What a joke. I've already locked onto your position, to the left. He shook the dragon spear and became one with the dragon. He faced the bronze dragon valiantly and charged at the position he sensed. The dragon spear was wrapped in the power of wind and thunder. It made an ear-piercing sonic boom. But just when he felt that he was about to hit the other, the bronze dragon suddenly felt the other's aura appear behind him. Before he could react, and was ready to turn around to dodge the sneak attack, the silhouette of a transparent, crystal-like dragon suddenly appeared and charged forward. The dragon spear blossomed with a murderous aura, as if it wanted to stab the bronze dragon to death. Roar! Wuxia! Just when the 2 dragons were about to cross paths, an accident happened. A violent aura crashed over from the side, directly forcing the invisible dragon to turn around and give up this opportunity to severely injure the bronze dragon. Roar! A wild and insufferably arrogant dragon rolled between heaven and earth. It was the gray iron dragon that followed closely behind the bronze dragon. It raised its 60-meter wide wingspan and fiercely pounced at the invisible dragon with the posture of a top predator. The airflow stirred up by the wings could be seen with the naked eye. Wisps of mist were emitted. Even the sunlight was covered. The invisible dragon, with a wingspan of only 15 meters, was several times smaller than the bronze dragon with a wingspan of 30 meters, not to mention the gray iron dragon with a wingspan of 60 meters. Bad luck. Riding on the back of the invisible dragon bard, List secretly frowned under the strong pressure of the gray iron dragon. Without any sloppiness, he immediately chose to give up on killing the bronze dragon knight Alonso. Then, with a flash, he escaped into the material boundary and fled into the distance. Boom! The moment he entered the material boundary, the gray iron dragon's tail, like a real dragon spear, pierced the place where the invisible dragon disappeared, leaving only air. No matter how strong the attack was, it still missed. But List, who was hiding in the material boundary, felt his scalp go slightly numb. He clearly felt that the tip of the gray iron dragon's tail was just a little short of piercing through the material boundary and stabbing him and the invisible dragon. That was a kind of violent attack that relied purely on physical strength to forcibly break the material space. The adult gray iron dragon was at its peak, and it probably had the strength to fight against an adult elemental dragon. The crystal white track was activated. Chapter 876. The Bronze Dragon Knight, Alonso Cassiopeia, escaped death. Not long after, they met up with Alex Petrichles. However, the original 5 dragons and 3 knight were now reduced to 5 dragons, 2 knight, and a corpse. Prince Alex, how did things turn out like this? Alonso was still in shock. Is that List? His mount is not a fire dragon or a light green gem dragon. It's an invisible dragon. Alex was expressionless, as if he was talking about an irrelevant matter. The Holy Dragon sequence has the power to represent space. List is far more than the fire dragon knight we expected, and he obtained the light green gem dragon. He has become an invisible dragon knight. Lure died under his assassination. Does the Holy Dragon really exist? Alonso frowned. I wasn't sure before. I haven't heard any news about the Holy Dragon for many years. When I was young, I traveled the Noble Frost Empire and heard some news about the Holy Dragon. I thought that the Holy Dragon had become a thing of the past with the fall of the Moon Empire. I didn't expect it to be born again in the Azure Wave Sea. There is also a High Mage, which has not been born for many years. Prince Alex, things have gone beyond our expectations. Alonso took a deep breath and speculated seriously. I suspect that List has mastered the ruins of the Moon Empire. Otherwise, the High Mage and the Invisible Dragon would not be born one after another. Alex glanced at the bronze-plated corpse of Lure and said indifferently, "This little bastard has grown up. I'm afraid it will be very difficult to kill him." Alonso's face darkened, and then he raised his eyebrows. "Your Highness, do you want to give up this dragon-slaying battle? What do you think? Chase! Chase! Now that things have come to this, there is no turning back. If we can't kill List, there will be endless troubles in the future. We can only continue to chase and kill him to ensure that things do not get out of control. Otherwise, it will be the most serious crisis for our Eagle Kingdom. But List is an invisible dragon knight. He has the ability to travel through space. How can we kill him?" Lure. Alonso seemed to have made up his mind. "I will be the bait to lure him out. Doesn't he like to kill lone dragon knights? We will search separately, but keep in touch at all times. Once he appears, we will immediately entangle him and leave him no place to hide." Alex's eyes flickered for a moment. "Do you think there's a possibility of success?" In terms of combat power, he deserved to be the best in the Eagle Kingdom, but in terms of tactics and wisdom, he was slightly worse, so he had to rely on Alonso to give advice. After seeing what happened to Grand Duke Lure, to be honest, I don't have much confidence. This list will always have trump cards that I don't know about. For now, we can only fight it out. Killing him would be the best outcome. If we can't, we can only retreat first and think of a way to resolve the crisis in the future. Then let's kill them, Alex suddenly said. As an invincible white Iron Dragon Knight, he naturally had his own pride. In the following period of time, Alonso took the initiative to leave, wandering alone in the waters around the island, searching for traces of the invisible dragon. Alex led the 4 dragons to search in another direction, but he maintained a connection with Alonso's magical aura. He held the dragon spear in his hand. Alonso restrained his nervousness and coldly observed his surroundings. He earnestly hoped that List would show up and kill him. In this case, they could use the prepared all-out attack to pin down the invisible dragon and wait for Alex's support. Only in this way could they reverse the situation. Otherwise, if he lost the second dragon-slaying battle, he would be too ashamed to show his face. It was unknown how many times a Dragon Knight could participate in a dragon-slaying battle in his life, but he had participated in 2 dragon-slaying battles and failed both times. He would become the laughingstock and shame of the Dragon Knight. At this moment, he suddenly sensed the aura of the invisible dragon coming from afar. Overjoyed, he couldn't help but tighten his grip on the dragon's spear. However, his aura quickly disappeared without a trace. It turned out that List had just flown out of the material boundary and used his binoculars to scan his surroundings. After confirming the location of the bronze dragon, he left without looking back. Knowing that I killed Lure, he still took the initiative to divide his forces. Is this a temptation or a test of my IQ? List thought that he was not a person with a high IQ, but he was definitely not a representative of a low IQ. Alonso's move was clearly a mockery of him. He turned and left. In the following period of time, he would just take a walk with his dog. He had already asked Chi to inform Black Horse Island to properly transfer the elves. In fact, it didn't make much sense to transfer them. The Dragon Knight would not attack the low-level knight and civilians, let alone kill the elves. The game naturally had its rules. The Dragon Knight versus the Dragon Knight was the mainstream rule. Otherwise, your Dragon Knight would kill my people today, and my Dragon Knight would kill you people tomorrow. No one would get any benefits. Besides, compared with the Eagle Kingdom, the Flame territory was poor. Even if he was killed by the Dragon Knight, List's loss would be limited. At worst, he could go to the Eagle Kingdom to make up for it. Even if he could not make up for it, he could easily kill enough. As long as Alex and Alonso were not stupid, they would not choose to break the rules. He mainly wanted to prevent the other party from being flustered and exasperated and venting their anger on Black Horse Island. After all, they were all Dragon Knight. Who would dare to pursue the occasional brain cramp? He himself had disregarded his reputation and personally went to the battlefield to capture an ordinary knight, so he could not guarantee that the other party would not do such a thing. I hope you don't do this. Otherwise, my territory will be damaged, and the Eagle Kingdom will have to compensate 10 times, 100 times. Bart, who was riding the invisible dragon, constantly shuttled through the material boundary and flew in the direction of Alex. After sensing the dragon's breath, he was shocked to find that Alex was surrounded by 4 dragons: a white iron dragon, a gray iron dragon, a purple copper dragon, and a silver dragon. Obviously, he could not approach them casually. It's a pity that they are all precious metal dragons, but they don't belong to me. List sighed. Chi suddenly said, "Brother, aren't you going to wait for the Eagle Kingdom to retreat and then intercept the lone Dragon Knight?" List shook his head. "Having said that, I'm afraid the other party will not divide their troops after I killed Lure. Even if they divide their troops, it will be to tempt me. Even if they do divide their troops after they retreat, it will be difficult for me to track them. After all, there is no positioning method, and it is difficult to clearly see the position of each dragon. Chi, you may have a way." List was stunned for a moment, and then overjoyed. "Chi, tell me, what is the way?" "It's a magic beacon that Chi just came up with. It uses space magic to leave a mark on the dragon. At this time, the location and distance can be determined through the resonance between the material boundary and the beacon. But the resonance distance should not be far, at most 100 kilometers. 100 kilometers. This distance has exceeded the sensing limit between dragons. List thought a little and knew that this was a good opportunity. Achi, can you distinguish between different beacons of different dragons? I don't think so. Then let's go back to Black Horse Island and experiment on Leo. List decided to do it, and without any hesitation, he moved directly at high speed toward the material boundary and entered the world outside. He found the natural node of the Bone Lake, returned to the territory, and flew out for a distance. After making sure that there was no one around to disturb him, he called out to Leo and asked Achi to place a beacon on Leo. This was a very small magic, and after it was released, if the invisible dragon was not sensitive to space magic, it would almost be undetectable. As for Leo, he did not know that he had been placed with a beacon. Leo, fly forward and make sure that we are 100 kilometers apart. Roar. In this way, the invisible dragon Bard went south, and the little fire dragon Leo went north, constantly flying and pulling apart the distance. After 100 kilometers, Achi had lost the sense of the space magic beacon. But unexpectedly, the invisible dragon could still sense this space magic beacon. Bard is so powerful, Achi said happily. The farther the sensing distance, the higher the success rate of tracking. When Leo and Bard were 300 kilometers apart, the beacon finally disappeared from Bard's sensing. After flying back for a moment, he sensed it again. It's confirmed that the beacon limit is 300 kilometers, and the tracking plan can be carried out perfectly. List was in a good mood. The next step is to constantly tease Alex and Alonso, and then quietly place a beacon on each of their dragons. The plan was carried out perfectly according to List's ideas. He found Alonso, rushed out, and with a feint, escaped into the material boundary, then rushed out again, scared him, and escaped into the material boundary. After tossing around 3 or 4 times, he finally disguised Achi's success, placed the beacon on the bronze dragon, and then walked away without looking back. Next, he continued to target Alex and the 4 dragons, placing the beacons. It was a bit difficult, but it took some time and energy, and with the invisible dragon being scratched by Alex's attack, he finally succeeded in placing all the beacons. Let's go. Liz smiled and did not stay any longer. Chapter 877. This chapter is titled, Meeting You in the Deepest Part of My Life. It was already night. From the spatial magic beacon, it could be seen that all 5 dragons had returned to Hot Spring Island. He sent a message to the mages squatting on Hot Spring Island, telling the rats to keep a close eye on the food transportation on Hot Spring Island. List stopped tossing around and went straight back to Black Horse Island to rest. After a day of hard work on the sea, Bard was exhausted. He had to conserve his energy for tomorrow's events. Early the next morning, List continued to approach Hot Spring Island to monitor the 5 beacons. At the same time, he was constantly calling for smoke missions. Mission: your work and rest schedule is being spied on. The danger hiding in the shadows is approaching step by step. Even as a Dragon Knight, there is no guarantee that you will not be besieged. Fighting is the best solution. Please resolve the crisis in the shadows. Reward: Trace of the Ogre. The mission had not changed, and the crisis in the shadows had not yet been resolved. This meant that Alex and Alonso had not given up and wanted to attack again. Therefore, List could not relax and needed to continue monitoring the 5 dragons. However, when it was almost noon, the smoke mission changed. Mission completed. Reward: Trace of the Ogre. The mission was successfully completed. After some discussion, Alex, Alonso, Piero, and the others did not want to continue and chose to give up the dragon-slaying battle. But did you ask me if you gave up? List's eyes flickered. The smoke mission also seemed to move at will, slowly changing into another paragraph of serpentines. Mission: a dragon-slaying battle was resolved by your correct response, and you achieved the shocking result of killing the Dragon Knight. However, it is better to pursue a cornered enemy than to seek fame. Why not continue to work hard and achieve more brilliant results in this dragon-slaying battle? Reward: Cannibal Trees. It is better to pursue a cornered enemy than to seek fame. This was his determination. When he noticed that the 5 dragons' beacons began to move, he quietly followed them. Along the way, these beacons did not disperse and continued to fly toward the interior of the Sapphire Islands. Lys kept a distance of 200 kilometers, not too far behind, waiting for the team to disperse. From afternoon to dusk, the 5 dragons finally stopped at a place and did not move. According to the map of the Sapphire Grand Duchy, and then using the sextant to determine their position, Lys quickly determined that they had landed on an inhabited island. It wasn't too big. It was the territory of a Viscount Cube Island. The island lord was the Viscount of Cube Island. He followed the Marquis of Deep Throat Island, Wallace Pineapple Green. Is this a traitor, or has the 5-headed dragon not alerted the feudal lord of the island? Lys also found an island and quietly landed to rest. No matter what, the Viscount of Cube Island was highly suspicious of betrayal, just as Lys was quietly tracking the dragon of the Eagle Kingdom. Far away on the blazing island, Emily was leading the giant elephants in orders of chivalry to start building the second road, Shui River Avenue, a road that would connect Shui Fire City and River Estuary City. The Whirlpool River was crooked and not straight. Therefore, the construction of Shui River Avenue needed to go deep into the jungle. In the past few days, the road had been built into a dense jungle. However, many serfs transporting supplies went missing on the way. Gradually, a legend about the ogres broke out among the Moonslayer's serfs. The first to mention the ogres were the serfs of the River Tribe. According to the serfs of the River Tribe, they used to be a large tribe 10 years ago. It was only because they encountered the ogres that they declined to a small tribe of less than 500 people. They had no choice but to migrate to another forest that had been conquered by the night. Unexpectedly, after hiding for 10 years, the ogres appeared again. The ancient magician of the River Tribe also proved that the serfs were right. Originally, the investigation of the ogres did not fall under Emily's management. However, when they set up camp, a knight went missing, which alerted her. After a few days of close investigation, she finally found the reason for the knight's disappearance. Is it this tree? Yes, Captain. We saw it tie up the serfs as bait, and then there were other tree monsters that dismembered the serfs. Unfortunately, these tree monsters ran very fast, and we only kept this one. It seemed that when it saw that it couldn't run away, it directly became motionless like this. It was a slender tree, more than 3 meters tall, with not lush leaves, thin trunk, and even thinner branches. Apart from that, there was not much special about it. However, the knight swore that the tree could move like a cane, pull out its roots, and run on the ground. Burn it, Emily said. The torch ignited the branches and crackled, but the tree did not respond at all. It was like burning an ordinary, senseless tree. She watched the branches of the tree being burned. Her voice was childish, but her tone was mature. Interesting. Alex and Alonso's Dragon Knight team set off from Cube Island, passed through 2 deserted islands, and finally left Sapphire Archipelago 3 days later. What followed was a voyage of more than 1,000 kilometers. But soon Lys found that there were some deserted islands in the sea that could be stopped. It was because of these deserted islands that the Eagle Kingdom could let the Dragon Knight set foot on Sapphire Archipelago at will. With spies like the Count of Hot Spring Island and the Viscount of Cube Island, they successfully launched a dragon-slaying battle with as many as 5 dragons. Unfortunately, the final result was still a failure. They haven't dispersed yet. Lys sat on a shell, next to a huge ice floe. Bard was lying on the ice floe, chewing on a few pieces of smoked grass in displeasure. Wuxia, Bard responded, indicating that he did not feel the beacons separate. Achi, on the other hand, swam happily in the sea. She used magic to retract her cloak, and then swam freely in the sea as before, only covering the important parts with water ribbons. Lyst's eyes followed her figure, and there was a hint of a smile at the corner of his mouth. Then he took out a steaming cup of Banpo milk tea from his space ring and slowly tasted it. The pursuit on the sea was not hard for him. It was just a relaxing trip. After a moment, Bard stood up. Wuxia! He found that the beacon began to move. So List and Ichi immediately set off and continued to track the beacon. After tracking for more than 100 kilometers, the eyes of the man and the dragon suddenly lit up. They felt that the 5 beacons that had been concentrated had finally dispersed, and 4 of them continued to stay the same. But another one had left the team. Who could have left? List directly gave up on the 4 concentrated beacons, rode the invisible dragon Bard, and chased after the beacon that had left the team. However, he did not rashly approach, in case it was a counter-ambush. In this way, they almost reached the coastline of the Eagle Kingdom. The other 4 beacons had long been lost, and the 4 dragons had probably returned to the Eagle Kingdom from another direction. At this moment, List was pleasantly surprised again, because he found that the dragon that had left the team happened to fly near the sea demon reefs, where there was a natural node that could allow List to directly travel through space. So what are we waiting for, Bard? Let's go. Wuxia, flying at high speed, tearing the material boundary, entering the world outside the material world, and locking on to the natural node of the sea demon reefs. Open, back to the real world. The beacon's response was 20 kilometers away, and he had already sensed the dragon's aura. Gray Iron Dragon. So it's Duke Piero of the Gray Iron Duchy. Is it going straight back to its territory? Iron Dragon. If it were Alex White Iron, I might not dare to fight, but you're just a dragon without a knight. He drew out the Thunder's Fury Dragon Spear. Chapter 878. Roar. The gray iron dragon let out a dignified roar, flapped its wings, and flew high into the sky. Standing on its back, the gray iron duke, Piero Gray Iron, was somewhat puzzled. Gray King, what's wrong? Roar. The gray iron dragon couldn't speak, nor could it communicate with Piero telepathically. It could only barely communicate through its body language and different tones of dragon roars. Fortunately, although Piero wasn't a dragon knight, he had been with the gray iron dragon since childhood and understood what it meant. You mean we are in danger? Is it the invisible dragon from before? Piero quickly guessed the truth. Roar. The gray iron dragon confirmed. Piero's complexion immediately sank. The invisible dragon knight, List Flame, followed us all the way, and when it saw me flying alone, it wanted to kill me. Roar. Gray King, can you contend against the invisible dragon knight? Roar. The gray iron dragon let out a domineering response, and then opened a few scales on its back, indicating for Piero to hide under the scales. Next, it had to face the battle alone. The sky-blotting wings constantly flapped, crossing layer after layer of clouds and climbing higher into the sky. It was afraid that the seawater raised by the High Mage would trap it. A highly intelligent creature, like a dragon, naturally understood that the sky was its battlefield, and the higher it was, the more chances it had to win. When it climbed to an altitude of 20,000 meters, the air was already very thin. Although the gray iron dragon didn't feel any discomfort, it didn't continue to climb. Even with its dragon form, it was difficult to climb higher. Slowly hovering high in the sky, it closely perceived the invisible dragon's magic aura that was getting closer and clearer. Its body appeared strong and powerful, and its iron-gray scales reflected the sunlight, giving it a natural metallic coldness. Its tail was slender relative to its body, and it was constantly swinging behind it. The tip of its tail was slightly protruding, like a curved dragon spear, ready to attack at any time. However, what made the gray iron dragon uneasy was that it could clearly feel the invisible dragon's magic aura, but it couldn't lock onto its position. Sometimes left, sometimes right, sometimes front, sometimes back, sometimes up, sometimes down, making it feel that it wasn't facing a single dragon, but that there were countless dragons hiding in the surroundings. Of course, the gray-mouthed iron dragon knew that the other side was not only the invisible dragon knight, but also a fire dragon that could appear at any time, as well as a very powerful high mage. In order to avoid the high mage's attack, It had climbed to an altitude of 20,000 meters. Roar, roar, roar. As time ticked by, the invisible dragon still hadn't appeared. The gray-mouthed iron dragon was already restless. Even Duke Piero, who was hiding under its scales, felt extremely uncomfortable. The thin air here made it difficult for him to breathe. If this continued, he might become the first monarch to die from suffocation. But the invisible dragon did not appear. He just kept changing his position, provoking the gray-mouthed iron dragon's willpower. Occasionally, it would disappear for a moment, and when the gray-mouthed iron dragon wanted to retreat, the magical aura would slowly approach, and the invisible dragon would once again tease its surroundings. The whole process repeated over and over again for 2 hours. He couldn't help but beg the gray iron dragon, "Gray King, I'm about to suffocate to death. Let's quickly retreat to the coastline." Roar! The gray-mouthed iron dragon was unwilling and ignored Piero. Thus, after another hour, when Piero fainted due to lack of oxygen, the gray-mouthed iron dragon was still in formation in the sky. But at this time, although Piero didn't continue to be noisy, its willpower had already reached the limit of endurance. Facing danger for a full 3 hours, its nerves were stretched taut, and its body didn't get any rest, so it could no longer maintain its state. Its state suddenly collapsed. Roar! With a violent dragon roar, the gray-mouthed iron dragon flapped its wings and flew toward the coastline without looking back. But just as it couldn't help but turn around to escape, the invisible dragon that had been secretly teasing it finally appeared. Liszt, who had long been ready, held Thunder's fury, poured all his berserk magic power and chi into the tip of the dragon's spear, and fiercely attacked with Snow Mountain. The gray-mouthed iron dragon's reaction could not be said to be slow, but after all, its state had collapsed once, and its tail was a bit slower. It brushed past the invisible dragon's body, and then it felt a stinging pain on its upper thigh. Thunder's Fury's berserk attack had already solidly hit it, breaking the incomparably hard steel-like scales. Scorching chi and cutting magic power frantically exploded, mincing several important muscles at the base of its thigh. Without waiting for the gray-mouthed iron dragon to turn around and counterattack, Liszt pulled out Thunder's Fury and had a chi throw out an ice shield to block it. He then rode the invisible dragon bard and escaped into the material boundary again. The gray-mouthed iron dragon turned around and bit. It spat out a torrent of metal dragon breath, which turned into countless blades and shattered the ice shield, but couldn't harm the invisible dragon in the slightest. The gray-mouthed iron dragon operated its magic power, solidifying the wound at the base of its thigh, and its scales stood up, arming itself into the image of a steel hedgehog. The iron dragon wouldn't be in a copper-plated state like the copper dragon. It could only erect its scales to form a hedgehog formation to protect its own safety. But this was doomed to be a futile attempt. The scales obstructed the passage of air, greatly reducing its flying speed. So the invisible dragon rushed out from time to time, thrusting its spear and escaping into the material boundary. Every time it thrusted its spear, the gray-mouthed iron dragon would inevitably burst into dragon blood. Roar, roar, roar. The gray-mouthed iron dragon was extremely annoyed. What made it even more afraid was that its state was getting weaker and weaker, so its desire to escape was getting more and more dominant. Sometimes it would take a critical hit from Liszt's spear and fly forward with all its might. It felt as if it could reach land after flying for a while, and then it would be safe. However, Liszt, who was chasing behind it, laughed proudly. Immortality has collapsed. At this time, and in this state, turning around and counterattacking can still cause serious damage to me. Apart from that, you can't escape. Compared to the invisible dragon, the gray-mouthed iron dragon was still a bit lacking. The dragon's spear danced, and its chi raged. Liszt demonstrated and verified all of his ideas about the invisible dragon knight, Dragon Chi Secret Manual, during the pursuit. Ghost, erase, shadow, lift, snow mountain collapse, sonic boom, stab, poison dragon drill, as well as some new ideas that had just been formed and had yet to be polished, were all put to use. Wuxia. Bard was equally excited. His body was slender, but he chased after the huge gray-mouthed iron dragon. This contrast in strength made him excited. He didn't even need to use the dragon's breath to shatter the sky. He directly used his claws to leave marks on the gray-mouthed iron dragon. Dragon's breath was closely related to the dragon's supreme magic. So, List's dragon spear and fighting technique, Bard's dragon claws and bite, and Achi's ice shield and water blade constantly caused damage to the gray-mouthed iron dragon. The whole process was even easier than killing the purple copper dragonite lure in a hurry, because there was a very quiet output environment throughout. No dragon knight could come to support the gray-mouthed iron dragon in a short time. One chased and one fled. Blood spurted all the way. After chasing for dozens of kilometers in a flash, the gray-mouthed iron dragon finally saw the coastline of the Eagle Kingdom. It gathered all its strength, endured the pain all over its body, and wanted to return to land in one go. Roar, roar, roar. As long as it landed, there was hope for a comeback. But reality wouldn't let it get what it wanted. List appeared again, and the dragon's spear hit its body fiercely. Bard also spat out a reluctant dragon's breath to shatter the sky, constantly cutting its scales. Achi's vector cut and high-pressure water blade were released at the same time, once again breaking its broken scales. Then, what made the gray-mouthed iron dragon most desperate was that a ball of flame bloomed in front of it, turning into a fire dragon with a wingspan of nearly 30 meters and black and red scales all over its body. Under the fire dragon's ferocious dragon horns and twisted facial scales was a pair of infinitely evil scarlet eyes, as if looking straight at death. Without any extra movements, the fire dragon collided with the gray-mouthed iron dragon fiercely. For a moment, both dragons made the sound of bones breaking. Both lost their balance and fell into the sea. However, the fire dragon Leo had enough time to regain its balance, while the gray-mouthed iron dragon faced the storm-like attacks of List, Bard, and Achi. Kill him while he's down. This was List's consistent life motto. Usually, he liked to hide, but when it came to battle, he turned into an African brother flathead, indifferent to life and death. Moreover, how could he not seize the opportunity to beat a drowning dog? Chapter 879. There was no reversal in the situation. Another unknown dragon-slaying battle slowly came to an end. The seriously injured gray-mouthed iron dragon could no longer control its body. It swayed and slid towards the sea, its body covered with countless wounds. No one could provide it with supplies. Compared to List, who constantly provided potions to the invisible dragon, its treatment was very miserable, and the result was also miserable. When it fell to the sea, the gray-mouthed iron dragon was completely unable to struggle and could only let Achi bind it with seawater, weakly gasping for breath. It really wasn't easy. List conveniently threw a few potions into the mouth of the invisible dragon, and then had Bard grab the gray-mouthed iron dragon by its tail and drag it up. It flew towards several reef islands not far away. Thump! The huge body of the gray-mouthed iron dragon was thrown on the reef, lightly soaking in the seawater. The waterspout controlled by Achi was still entangling it, preventing it from suddenly attacking people. For creatures like dragons, they could not relax under any circumstances. The temporary weakness might be accumulating the next wave of strength. Roar! The little fire dragon Leo landed on another reef, full of vigor. He was very proud of his final fatal blow to the gray-mouthed iron dragon. Fire dragons were naturally belligerent, and one could imagine his mood after defeating the adult gray-mouthed iron dragon, which was larger than him. Wuxia, the invisible dragon, was the proudest one. The successive victories in the dragon-slaying battle were all due to its innate ability. However, it did not show off like Leo. It just quietly waited beside List, watching List jump onto the gray-mouthed iron dragon, plotting against this steel dragon. Achi smiled slightly, also happy to keep the gray-mouthed iron dragon. Sirens also liked dragons, and the more dragons around List, the happier she would be. As for List himself, he was walking along the steel scales towards the gray-mouthed iron dragon's dragon tooth platform. Now that the gray-mouthed iron dragon had been completely defeated and bound, the next step was naturally to forcefully ride it. He would turn the gray-mouthed iron dragon into his fourth dragon, increasing the iron resources of the territory. The value of iron ore was not much lower than gold and silver. It was especially important to the country. Moreover, the battle strength of an adult iron dragon was also what List urgently needed at present. Once he had an iron dragon, he would be able to face the dragon-slaying battle head-on and wouldn't need to rely on the young invisible dragon and fire dragon to launch sneak attacks. Just as he reached the back of the gray-mouthed iron dragon, he suddenly discovered a few bulging scales. Through the gaps, he could see a person lying inside. He couldn't help but pry open the scales and see the person lying inside. He was dressed in gorgeous armor and didn't move at all. His face was green, his lips purple, and he was barely breathing. This person should be the Gray Iron Duke, Piero Gray Iron, right? List pulled him up and checked his breathing. It was as if he saw a pile of dragon coins waving at him. If they didn't bring over a dragon elf, they wouldn't be able to redeem a duke. Grabbing the unconscious Duke Piero, List locked him up with Chi restraining shackles and threw him at Achi's feet. Achi, look after him. This is a big shot who can be exchanged for a dragon elf. Dragon elf? Great. Achi cheered. She had wanted to study dragon elves for a long time. Piero was just an accident. List continued to climb the gray-mouthed iron dragon's body and found the location of the dragon tooth platform. However, the dragon tooth platform was surrounded by steel scales. It was tightly sealed and couldn't be opened. List couldn't help but walk up to the gray-mouthed iron dragon's head. He looked down at the gray-mouthed iron dragon's eyes that were filled with unwillingness. Gray-mouthed iron dragon, you should be able to understand my wind language. Open the dragon tooth platform and become my dragon. Snort. The gray-mouthed iron dragon snorted hot air from its nostrils and responded with a disdainful expression. Do you want me to kill you? List glared and shouted. He didn't expect the gray-mouthed iron dragon to still not yield even at this juncture. He was still disdainful. Roar. The gray-mouthed iron dragon let out a roar as if it was saying it wouldn't yield even if it died. List shouted and asked several times, but he couldn't change its attitude. It definitely wouldn't open the dragon tooth platform. In a fit of anger, he walked over to the dragon tooth platform and tried to forcefully cut off the scales and mount it. However, the scales on the dragon tooth platform were too hard. The ice-soul dragon slaying sword created a lot of sparks from the friction, but it still couldn't open a gap. After struggling for a while, the sky gradually darkened. There was still no way to open the scales on the dragon tooth platform. He had Bart and Leo come over and tear at the scales until they were bloody, but they still couldn't find the closed dragon tooth platform. The gray-mouthed iron dragon's eyes were filled with determination. It was a kind of silent, unyielding will to die. Moreover, it held a strong hostility, allowing the blood to flow and death to approach. Dragons were proud by nature. Very few would yield after being beaten. The gray-mouthed iron dragon was the same. List could see from its eyes that things couldn't be done. If he wanted to force himself on it, he would have to knock it out. However, the gray-mouthed iron dragon's willpower was astonishing. Even if he really rode it, it would be very difficult to defeat a dragon with a will to die. After a quarter of an hour of silence, Gray-mouthed iron dragon, I appreciate your tenacity, but do you think that I can't make you yield and become my dragon? He looked straight into the gray-mouthed iron dragon's cold eyes. I originally just wanted to save a little resources, but now I've decided to spend resources for you. Saying so, he took out a 7-colored fruit from his space ring. You are worth a bewildering dragon soul fruit. Leo, Bart, open the gray-mouthed iron dragon's mouth. Wuxia. The invisible dragon glanced at List with a meaningful look in its eyes. It had seen List wrap the bewildering dragon soul fruit in roast beef and bring it to its mouth. Leo looked at the bewildering dragon soul fruit, feeling a sense of déjà vu. However, it didn't think too much about it. Under the condition that List promised to provide it with double the potion for 3 months, it excitedly used its dragon claws to forcibly open the gray-mouthed iron dragon's tightly clenched teeth with Bart. List raised his hand, and the fruit fell. A bewildering dragon soul fruit fell down the gray-mouthed iron dragon's throat. Then he commanded Bart and Leo to close the gray-mouthed iron dragon's mouth so that it couldn't vomit out the bewildering dragon soul fruit. After waiting for a moment, the gray-mouthed iron dragon's eyelids started to become heavy, and then its eyes gradually became confused. This was a sign of dozing off. After another moment, the gray-mouthed iron dragon, which was full of vigor just a moment ago, directly closed its eyes and let out muffled snores. At the place where its neck and body were connected, a few bloody steel scales slowly unfolded, revealing the dragon tooth platform wrapped inside. The stars twinkled in the dark night. List's calm heart quickly became hot. He stepped into the deep bone gap of the dragon tooth platform and sat down. Boom! At that moment, the world changed. He entered the gray-mouthed iron dragon's mind world, a very strange place. It was similar to a blacksmith shop, but it used the volcano as the boiler and the mountain rock as the chopping board. A young iron dragon held a huge hammer and hammered the red-hot iron. Opposite the dragon was the figure of a tall knight, waving a small hammer to guide it. Clang! The small hammer hit the chopping board. Bang, bang! The big hammer hit the red-hot iron. However, this scene didn't last long. With List's arrival, the young iron dragon fainted on the ground, and a rainbow-colored chain wrapped around it. The knight on the other side suddenly turned his head. This was a middle-aged man with regular features. At this moment, he was staring coldly at List. With a clang, he pulled out the knight longsword that he carried with him. However, just as he was about to attack, the rainbow-colored chain wrapped around his body, restricting all his subsequent movements. He could only watch as List used a cloud of smoke to condense a fiery red dragon bone longsword and walk toward him unhurriedly. The first-generation Dragon Knight's mine brand? List chuckled. You're tuning in to the Eternal Immortal Ballad YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.